Chapter 1515. Yang Qin has always had a place in the hearts of the women, and what he said was also reasonable. The women all agreed and then continued to follow Yang Qin, moving forward slowly. "Don't fly in this area," Yang Qin explained as he walked. "Every certain distance, the spiritual pressure will double. No matter who it is, they have to adapt slowly. Otherwise, if they go directly to a place where the spiritual pressure is 100 times, they will lose a layer of skin, even if they don't die." Since it was said that no matter who it was, it naturally included Yang Qin himself. In his previous life, Yang Qin took almost 10 years to adapt to this. Of course, Yang Qin spent a full 10 years in recuperation, just like the people in the open space just now. In his previous life, even if he ascended, he was careful to avoid the pursuit. Of course, he was not so ostentatious. He was just slightly punished by a few seniors. 10 years was already the shortest time. Let's do it here. There seemed to be another woodland in front. Yang Qin stopped here and told the women to continue to practice sacrificial refining so that they could adapt quickly. With the experience in the Dragon Palace, the women were able to adapt quickly and easily to the spiritual pressure that was only doubled in the mortal world. The magic weapon was not forgotten to be sacrificial refined. After the people and the magic weapon adapted together, they could continue to move forward. The seniors in charge seemed to only be in the area where they ascended. Yang Qin did not say hello to any of the seniors here, but after the women adapted, he continued to stay with the women. Every time the spiritual pressure increased a little, Yang Qin would take the women to practice sacrificial, refining magic weapons in a suitable place and adapt to it layer by layer. Even so, it took a year for them to fully adapt to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world. In the process of adaptation, Yang Qin was also a little curious. He didn't know how long Yang Lan and Yang Lan had stayed here after ascending. Anyway, there was no shadow of the siblings among the group of people who were cultivating. They must have left for the Shintian sect. The next thing would be a bit fun. From the center of ascension to here, it was at least 1,000 miles away. As they continued forward, they saw a bustling town in the distance. It seemed to be a cauldron of voices. Yang Qin's family went directly to the town. As soon as they entered, they were immediately surrounded by a group of enthusiastic people. Except for Yang Qin, all the women were vigilant. This was the spiritual world. Any kitten or puppy was a master. Now so many people were surrounding them. What were they trying to do? Ha ha ha! The alert expressions of the women caused the people around to laugh wildly. However, everyone just laughed in a circle and did not continue to approach. "All right. Don't scare the younger generation." Someone finally spoke. The laughter around them finally subsided a little and gradually quietened down. "Don't be afraid. We are all disciples of various sections." The owner of the voice finally appeared. It was a middle-aged man who looked very easygoing. "Which sect are you from? Find your own sect's disciples to receive you. We will take you to your own sect. They are all from the Tao sect. You don't have to look at the demon sect and the demon sect." Another voice called out. Immediately, the number of onlookers decreased by more than half, and the remaining people stood sparsely in the surroundings. "Who are the Taishanmen? Disciples of Blue Cloud sect, come here. The Green Jade Immortal Island is here. 5 Elements sect. Qiankuan sect is looking for me." The group of people introduced themselves one after another, and the women's nervous hearts finally relaxed. Only then did they realize that the places that looked like shops in the town all had big signboards on the doors, and the name of the sect was written on them. These people were the disciples of the sect who had come to receive the disciples of their own sect in the mortal world. They had been on duty here all year round. When they saw a newcomer, they would rush forward immediately. Watching the newcomers getting nervous was one of their bad interests, and they would never get tired of it. Yang Qin and the girls naturally couldn't escape this calamity. Now that everyone had laughed enough, it was time to get down to business. Hearing someone say the name of their own sect, the eyes of the women suddenly looked at Yang Qin. On one side was the sect, and on the other side was their husband. No matter what, their husband had to nod his head. Yang Qin didn't hesitate at all and nodded directly. The women then went to the seniors of their own sect to greet them. Just now the seniors said that they were all disciples, but in the eyes of the women they were all seniors, and the etiquette must not be less. After each of them reported their name, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were immediately taken by the seniors of their respective sect to the post house of their own sect. Only Yang Qin and Gao Yugong Sunling were left at the scene. They didn't hear the voice of Chunyang Palace, nor did they see any seniors of Chunyang Palace. With a slight sigh, Yang Qin didn't say much. The small sect was like this. Even if Chunyang Palace had made a big situation in the mortal world over the years, when it came to the spiritual world, it was still a duckweed without any foundation. Even if the head of the palace had already ascended before, they still didn't have the strength to open a post house here. Which sect are you from? Are you a rogue cultivator? Before the women left, they first looked at Yang Qin, which naturally attracted the attention of those around them. Seeing that Yang Qin and the two women didn't move, someone immediately asked curiously, "Hello, seniors. The three of us are from Chunyang Palace." Yang Qin was now very sweet. He first greeted the seniors and then answered the question. Sure enough, this attitude made people very happy. The person who asked the question immediately began to give enthusiastic advice. "Oh, there's no one from Chunyang Palace here to receive you. It seems that you have a good relationship with those girls. You can find one of them first, and then slowly find your seniors. It is difficult to gain a foothold in the spiritual world without a foundation. You might as well make use of these relationships. Cultivators don't have to pay so much attention to it. As for Chunyang Palace, I vaguely remember that a few people from Chunyang Palace came up a few years ago, but I don't know where they went." "Thank you, senior." The person was kind enough to give advice, and the idea was not deceptive. Yang Qin certainly had to be grateful, and immediately thanked him again. "You don't have to thank me." The man waved his hand, turned around, and left, but he didn't forget to leave a few words. "Don't look at this peaceful place. Out of this place, you have to rely on your real ability to eat. You are on your own." If it was anyone else, it was estimated that they would accept this person's kind advice. After all, they had just ascended to the spiritual world and were unfamiliar with the place. The feeling of having an acquaintance to take care of them would be completely different. But Yang Qin was completely different. With the memory of his previous life, how could he not know the cruelty of the spiritual world? When it came to familiarity with the spiritual world, Yang Qin was no less than anyone here. He could escape the pursuit of the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world. Yang Qin didn't rely on luck. "Are you a Ling? Let's go." Watching the other women enter their sect one by one, Yang Qin called Gao Yu and Gong Sunling and walked to the end of the town street. Chapter 15:16. Not many people from the big sect would care about people like Yang Qin who had no roots in the spiritual realm. Even if Yang Qin was famous in the mortal world, he wouldn't be able to do much without the support of the sect in the spiritual realm. In the end, he could only find a sect that he could rely on to settle down and slowly develop. This was also a characteristic of the spiritual realm, and it was a rule that newcomers had to learn after coming up. In fact, there was also such an invisible rule in the mortal world, but it wasn't as obvious as in the spiritual realm. However, disciples from the big sect would definitely have an advantage. This was the same everywhere. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters all saw the scene, but they didn't say anything, nor did they plan to stop Yang Qin and Gao Yugong Sunling. Although each of their sect could give Yang Qin great protection, they also knew their husband's pride, and he would never accept such charity. There was another reason, and that was Yang Qin's familiarity with the spiritual realm. Even if Yang Qin didn't say too much, the women were all people around him, and they had a clear feeling. Even if their husband was in the spiritual realm, he would still be able to make a name for himself. Even if it wasn't good, their husband still had the elixir formula and elixir pills for the prolongation pill. There were also experts who were at the end of their lifespans in the spiritual realm. As long as their husband's reputation spread, who knew how many experts would come to ask for elixir pills? With Yang Chen's methods of playing with a big sect in the mortal world, would they be afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with a few experts? There was no way out of the town, and if they wanted to go somewhere, they could only rely on flying swords. This wasn't a problem for Yang Chen and the others. Yang Chen directly summoned the flying shuttle and left with his 2 wives. Not long after Yang Chen and the others left, a group of experts rushed out of the town and looked at each other in dismay. They were all from the 4 Great Sect. They had just learned from their newly ascended female disciples that Yang Chen, the strongest 5th grade alchemist in the mortal world, had also ascended and left not long ago. In the mortal world, he was a powerful 5th grade alchemist. Which sect didn't want to rope him in? In particular, there was the longevity extending pill, a heaven-defying pill that had never been heard of before. It was simply enough to drive people crazy. Such a star of the future had actually missed an opportunity right under their noses. How could they not lament? The female disciples of the 4 Great Sects were either Yang Chen's wives or concubines, so there was always a little bit of intimacy between them. The people in other sect were a little lost. If they had known this earlier, they would have taken care of Yang Chen, instead of letting him fend for himself as usual. However, these disciples were still competent. When they personally took the newly ascended female disciples back to the sect, they also brought back the news of the ascension of the 5th grade alchemist master in the mortal world. Soon, the major sect began to search for the whereabouts of Yang Chen's family of 3 openly and secretly. "Husband, where are we going?" They had just arrived in the spiritual world. For the environment here, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were in the dark, and they didn't know anything. Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen, who did not hesitate to find the right direction to fly at high speed, and asked curiously, "I'm going to meet with the master of the palace." Yang Chen explained with a smile. As early as before the ascension of the palace master, Yang Chen told them some things about the spiritual world. He also had suggestions for the placement of the palace master after their ascension, so it was not difficult to know their possible foothold. "Aling, can your mountain river geographical map add a world?" After answering Gao Yu's question, Yang Chen turned to Gong Sunling and asked, "If you can add the mountain river geographical map again now." "Yes, husband." Gong Sunling gave Yang Chen a very gentle answer. In fact, as early as the beginning of adapting to the spiritual pressure refining magic weapon, Gong Sunling found that the mountain river geographical map had changed a little. In addition to the mountains and rivers of the mortal world, there was also a new blank space, showing only a very small point. Obviously, she had not set foot in too much of the spiritual world. The mountain river geographical map was worthy of being a magic weapon carefully refined by the Dragon Clan to be handed down. When it reached the spiritual world, it automatically added a new world. If there was no accident, Gong Sunling could use the mountain river geographical map to launch the power of the mortal world at any time to attack and defend. Such a powerful magic weapon, coupled with Gong Sunling's real second-grade human immortal cultivation base, made her have the capital to settle down when she just ascended to the spiritual world. Of course, if Gong Sunling was willing, she could use the mountain river geographical map at any time and anywhere to gang up on the masters who had also passed the wind tribulation. Thousands of masters ganged up on an opponent, and it was still a group fight. Thinking about it was a bit bullying. Gao Yu did not say anything else, the water and fire dragon horn flying sword, plus the Emperor's chi. At least the masters below the earth immortal could not take advantage of Gao Yu, who had been tempered by the wind tribulation. If you count the super magic weapon protective armor with more than 100 tribulation spirits that Yang Chen handed over to Gao Yu, who was below the earth immortal 3rd grade human immortal, could walk sideways. In the flying shuttle, Yang Chen was lying comfortably on the soft couch, holding his wife in each hand and softly explaining some things about the spiritual world to them. Already in the spiritual world, there were some things that he was not afraid to say. The two women were very comfortable with their heads on the arms of their husband, and their whole body was attached to his side, enjoying the love of their husband, and their faces were full of satisfaction. Yang Chen pointed out that there were two temporary footholds for the master of the palace. Relatively speaking, they were relatively hidden, but at the same time there were strong spiritual veins, which were enough to support several good places for them to cultivate. The really suitable place, with the strength of the master of the palace who had just ascended, was not enough to reach it. They had to wait for Yang Chen to come up and build it himself. However, when Yang Chen and the others arrived at the first location, they only saw a scorched earth. This place had already experienced a very cruel battle and had been destroyed beyond recognition. Seeing this situation, the faces of Yang Chen and Gao Yu and Gong Sunling immediately changed. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling's eyes were all focused on Yang Chen's face. "Husband, this?" "It's okay, there is another place." Yang Chen saw the destroyed scene, and his heart had already surged with anger. However, he did not vent in front of his wife, but calmly said, "Let's go over there and see." Yang Chen chose these two locations to recommend to the master of the palace because these two places were relatively hidden. In his previous life, Yang Chen once cultivated in these two places to avoid the pursuit of the profound heaven sect. He did not expect to find a place that was discovered and destroyed. After arriving at the second location from here, Yang Chen's face was already very ugly. In the second location, there were also obvious traces of battle. The predecessors who ascended before Chunying Palace obviously had an accident. Chapter 15-17. The two women were stunned. What was going on here? Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. It has been hundreds of years since the head of the palace and the others ascended. Such a long time was enough for some accidents. Somewhat surprisingly, the traces of the battle here were not a long time ago. According to Yang Chen's speculation, it was only more than 10 years ago. In other words, this battle took place more than 10 years ago. Yang Chen squatted down and carefully explored the traces of the battle little by little, trying to find some clues from here. However, obviously his plan failed. He could only see that it was a few masters of the Earth Immortal level. Other traces were all covered up and nothing could be seen. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were not idle either. They both tried to see something from it. It was a pity that they were even more unfamiliar with the spiritual world, and it was even more difficult to find anything. Just when they were anxious, they suddenly saw a faint smile on Yang Chen's face. "Husband, what did you find?" Gao Yu immediately asked, and Gong Sunling's attention was also attracted, and she quickly flashed to Yang Chen's side. "Nothing." Yang Chen smiled somewhat inscrutably, and suddenly called out to a seemingly unremarkable sapling outside the battle circle. "Old Gui, how long are you going to watch?" The two women were stunned, although there was also a surprise in their eyes. The old Gui that Yang Chen called, apart from Elder Gui Shanyu who had already ascended, who else could it be? "I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Sure enough, the familiar voice of Gui Shanyu sounded in everyone's ears, and then the sapling that seemed to have just sprouted began to change rapidly. After a while, a humanoid Gui Shanyu appeared in front of the three of them. "Only you? What about the head of the palace and the others?" Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness had reached the 5th grade of the Earth Immortal. Plus the powerful technique of the Three Purities secret art, Yang Chen did not find any trace of other people. As soon as Gui Shanyu came to the front, he immediately asked, "They are in another place. My doppelganger has been waiting for you here for more than 10 years. The Gui Shanyu in front of him was not the real Gui Shanyu. Instead, it was a clone that Gui Shanyu had created using the clone art. But the doppelganger and the main body have a conscious connection. When they see Yang Chen here, They also know the news that Yang Qin and Gao Yugong Sunling have appeared. At this time, there was no benefit in staying here and saying anything more. Even Gui Shanyu, who had always been valiant, showed a forbearing look and used the capital he had in the 100,000 mountains to hide his tracks. Presumably, there were still experts monitoring here. If there is anything to say, leave first. Yang Qin quickly summoned the shuttle, then put everyone in, plunged into the ground, randomly found a direction, and quickly left. What happened? After the rapid transmission of the underground, at least 10,000 miles away, Yang Qin came out of the ground and asked Gui Shanyu. It's a long story. Gui Shanyu let out a long sigh and began to speak. Speaking of which, after the ascension of the master of the palace and several elders, it was extremely smooth at first. With the guidance of Yang Qin, they did not behave so arrogantly. Although they did not escape a small punishment, it was only more than 10 years before they left the reception town together and rushed to the first place that Yang Qin pointed out. The terrain there was hidden, and there was a hidden spiritual vein. It was indeed a good place for seclusion and cultivation. Yang Qin's choice was very correct, but for the master of the palace and others, it was not so suitable. In the previous life, Yang Qin was chaste. When he came to the spiritual world, he must find a secret place to hide and cultivate alone. In this case, Yang Qin's pursuit was bound to be reclusive, and even if he did not go out for more than 100 years, he would naturally not be discovered. However, the master of the palace and others did not come up to avoid the pursuit of the enemy, but to lay down the foundation of the Chunyang Palace. Naturally, they could not live in seclusion. After arriving at the site, after some time, they immediately began to explore the surrounding terrain, wanting to build a simple mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace. The founder of the Chunyang Palace had ascended for a long time, but he was alone and did not leave any foundation. Now it was obvious that there would be more and more disciples of the Chunyang Palace who would ascend in the future. They had to contribute more and let the younger generation disciples have a place to go. It couldn't be said that the idea of the master of the palace was wrong. Since they had ascended, they had to leave something for the future generations of disciples. Otherwise, when they came up and there was still a blank space, wouldn't it seem that the predecessors were incompetent? However, they were a little too eager, and the place chosen by Yang Qin was hidden enough, but it was on the edge of the other sect. The master of the palace, who had just arrived, did not understand this. When they explored around and found that there were no other sect within thousands of miles, they planned to take root here. Their actions soon attracted the attention of the owner of the site. To say that they were the owner of the site, strictly speaking, it was not completely in line. This place was originally on the edge of the Chiman sect site, and it could even be said to be on the periphery. If it was the Profound Heaven sect, Blue Cloud sect, and Green Jade Immortal Island sect who came to occupy a small place to establish a small mountain gate, those guys from the Chiman sect would never dare to say anything. Except for the former founder of the Chunyang Palace, no one had ever ascended. Not to mention that their reputation was not obvious. There were only 10 little guys who had just ascended. If they did not take advantage of this, how could they live up to the cruel reputation of the spiritual world? Naturally, the small Chunyang Palace had become a target for the Chiman sect to bully the weak and fear the strong. A master of the first grade of the Earth Immortal came up with more than a dozen 7th grade human immortal juniors and asked the people of the Chunyang Palace to pay protection fees. They were purely looking for trouble. Even if the master of the palace wanted to swallow his anger for the sake of the foundation of the sect and wanted to spend money to eliminate the disaster, the other party could still find various reasons to bully them. As a result, the small Chunyang Palace immediately gave the guys of the Chiman sect a lot of surprises. Not to mention anything else, just Ho Yun and Gui Shanyu seriously injured 3 7th grade human immortal masters. Even the first grade of the Earth Immortal guy did not get a good result. He was hit by Ho Yun a few times and fled. This time, the people of the Chunyang Palace were like poking a hornet's nest, and the masters of the Chiman sect immediately began to persevere in their pursuit. After the master of the palace resisted several times, the other party dispatched a fourth-grade Earth Immortal Master, and they could no longer resist and could only escape. The second place, where Gue Shanyo's clone was waiting, could not hide for a long time. After hundreds of years, they were discovered by the people of the Chiman sect and chased again. After a fierce battle, the master of the palace was injured and was forced to flee again. Gue Shanyu left an extra eye at the time and left a clone to wait for Yangqin here. Chiman sect. Yangqin chewed the name of the sect in his mouth and snorted coldly. After talking for so long, their people should come. Chapter 1518. There is a fool who has been watching over there. He thinks that I don't know that he has found me. The old tree demon nodded with a smile. He just sent a message. Now their people are within 100 miles. When the old tree demon was in the Yuanying stage, he hid in the Sherwan Mountains, and many powerful guys could not find him. His hiding skill was first class. Over the years, his cultivation had increased greatly, and this skill had gone to a higher level. Even in the spiritual world, he was still an outstanding person. In this case, how could the old tree demon still let the other party find his trace? It was obvious that he did it on purpose. When Yangqin found the old tree demon, he also found the guy who had been secretly watching the old tree demon. The guy in the dark thought that he had hidden very well, but he did not know that his clumsy technique was as dazzling as the bright moon in the dark night in the eyes of Yangqin and the old tree demon. How could they not find him? Such a situation could only explain one thing. The old tree demon deliberately kept this guy, waiting to lure out the big fish behind. Although the Chunyang Palace was temporarily at a disadvantage, they did not suffer a loss on the whole. This could be seen from the fact that the guy had been hiding and did not dare to attack the old tree demon. He must have been taught a lesson by the old tree demon. Of course, the other party may also have the purpose of killing them all, so a simple old tree demon could not make them determined to use a strong force to kill him. Now the appearance of Yangqin and the two women had drawn out the old tree demon, which also gave the other party a chance to take action. One person was not worth fighting, but 4 people were different. Especially 3 of them were rookies who had just ascended. For the Chunyang Palace, they could not afford such a loss. Heaven does not disappoint those who are willing. Sure enough, they have arrived. An arrogant and overbearing voice came from afar. The person was still 10 miles away, but the voice had already sounded in advance. The people of the Chunyang Palace. Who is it this time? Is it that bastard Yangqin? Someone dared to call their husband a bastard. Although Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not speak, their raised eyebrows had fully shown the anger of the 2 women. Yangqin was a little surprised. According to reason, he had just arrived and did not have any hatred with the people of the spiritual world. How could someone target him like this? Listening to this, the other party was not aiming at the Chunyang Palace at all, but at himself. Who was this guy? After thinking about it, it could only be an enemy in the mortal world. In the mortal world, Yangqin had offended a lot of people, not to mention far away. The Zhao family, the greatest heaven sect, were all possible. Even Chu Yulong, who was sent by Ho Yun to ascend. The other party called Yangqin a bastard, not for Yangqin's elixir. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an attitude. At this moment, Yangqin couldn't guess it. Anyway, the other party was within 10 miles and would arrive soon. Yangqin was too lazy to think about it, so he stood in place and waited quietly. It's really hard to endure these years. The old tree demon was already rubbing his hands next to him, and his face was full of expectation. It seemed that he had been depressed for a long time. When he was in the mortal world, it was the most comfortable to follow Yangqin. There was no need to consider the consequences of killing and arson. After ascending, he was bound by the master of the palace. For the overall situation of the sect, for the safety of his companions, how could it be as refreshing as when he followed Yangqin? Now Yangqin was by his side, and he had no intention of escaping. It was obvious that he was going to have a big fight. How could the old tree demon not be excited? The speed of the other party was very fast. After a few breaths, Yang Qin saw the figure. There were a total of 6 people, plus the one who had just appeared here. All 7 people were here. The highest cultivation base was the 8th grade human immortal, and the lowest was the 5th grade human immortal. Are you Yang Qin? The leader was a young scholar who looked very elegant. Even if he was rushing, he still maintained an elegant demeanor. When he saw Yang Qin, his eyes immediately narrowed, as if he had guessed the identity of Yang Qin from the 2 women next to Yang Qin. He suddenly asked, "Xiantian sex Zhu Yixian?" A playful smile flashed on Yang Qin's face. He looked at the elegant young man and suddenly asked, "Do you know me?" Zhu Yixian, whose name was called, was startled, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. As far as he knew, Yang Qin had just ascended. How could he know his name? Zhu Yixian would never think that Yang Qin knew him because of the memory of his previous life. In his previous life, when Yang Qin was hiding in the spiritual realm, Zhu Yixian was among the people who chased Yang Qin in the Xiantian sect. There was a period of time when Zhu Yixian was still the main force in chasing Yang Qin, forcing Yang Qin at that time to have no way to go. However, in his previous life, when Yang Qin was chased by Zhu Yixian, it was a matter of 1,000 years later. Zhu Yixian did not have the strength of an earth immortal at that time. Although she could already bully the newcomers who had just ascended, it was not enough in Yang Qin's eyes. Although Yang Qin did not hate Zhu Yixian as much as Yang Lan, he would not let this kind of accomplice go easily. Especially in his previous life, the Xiantian sect treated the pursuit of Yang Qin as a mission to hone their disciples. Zhu Yixian even used the mentality of cat playing with a mouse to enjoy the process of chasing Yang Qin. Yang Qin could endure being chased, but he couldn't stand being played. Since he encountered it in this life, it was just the right time to solve the vexation in his memory. So, the backer of Chiman's sect is the Xiantian sect? Yang Qin did not intend to answer Zhu Yixian's question at all, but asked another question. Yes, so what? Chiman sect listens to this young master's orders. At this time, Zhu Yixian did not have the achievements of young Master Yixian in his previous life, and his performance was really arrogant. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Those things in your Chunyang palace were all arranged by this young master. If you are sensible, take the initiative to break the engagement with Fairy Junkie, then this young master can let you live. Otherwise what? Yang Qin asked very cooperatively this time, so that young master Yi Xian could successfully perform his prestige incisively and vividly. Otherwise, this young master doesn't mind making Fairy Junkie a widow first, and then have dual cultivation with her. Zhu Yixian raised his chin and rushed at Yang Qin. He didn't think that Yang Qin had any possibility of making a comeback in this situation. He was just a newly ascended rookie. Even if he was a supreme master in the mortal world who ascended, he would only be at the 2nd or 3rd grade of the human immortal. How could he compete with Zhu Yixian, who was at the 8th grade of the human immortal? Not to mention, Zhu Yixian was not alone. There were 6 of them, and each of them had a higher cultivation than Yang Qin's side. In such a situation, he believed that the annoying kid in front of him should know how to choose. Chapter 1519. Everyone in Chunying Palace had now completely understood that the oppression suffered by the experts of Chunying Palace was simply caused by this guy in front of them for Fairy Junkie. Tao Junkie was the first one among Yang Qin's wives and concubines to ascend, so she should be the one with the highest cultivation now. With the 7th grade pure Yin True Fire as her natal True Fire, coupled with Yang Qin's guidance, Tao Junkie's cultivation over the years must be commendable. Otherwise, Zhu Yixian, who was known as Young Master Yixian, would not be tempted. Yang Qin had met this guy in his previous life. Young Master Yixian was by no means the kind of guy who would do anything for beauty. Although this guy was usually arrogant and domineering, he also had the capital to be arrogant. He had his own pride. If Tao Junkie was just beautiful, it would be impossible for Zhu Yixian to covet her. Thinking about it, Tao Junkie must have rejected many people because she was already a woman, including this guy. How could the proud young master Yixian tolerate a disciple of a third-rate sect in the mortal world occupying the most outstanding female disciple of profound heaven sect? Naturally, it was inevitable to suppress Chunyang Palace. Although Yang Qin didn't know whether profound heaven sect was having a good time now, he could imagine that since Zhu Yixian did not dare to directly use the power of profound heaven sect, but instigated Chimen sect to deal with Chunyang Palace, it was definitely inconvenient for profound heaven sect to make a move. With just a few simple actions, Yang Qin could guess a lot of things behind the scenes. Just as he was pondering, Zhu Yixian was already impatient from waiting. The dignified young master Yixian, even in profound heaven sect, was a highly valued talent. Even some elders did not dare to neglect him. Yang Qin, a disciple of a third-rate sect, dared to not put him in his eyes. If this could be tolerated, how could it not be tolerated? Humph! Young master Yi Xian just hummed a little sound from his nose, and a follower behind him immediately heard the string song and knew what it meant. He flew out and rushed towards Yang Qin. While he was still in the air, the flying sword had already arrived, slashing toward Yang Qin's head. The moment he made his move, he already had the intention to take his life. There was no room for compromise for the follower. Zhu Yixian, who was standing behind the attendant, only watched without saying a word. He was just a rookie who had just ascended. If he died, then so be it. Would anyone dare to argue with the mysterious heaven sect? When Zhu Yixian thought of Fairy Junkie's cold, elegant, and noble demeanor, and how she never pretended to be polite to her, she felt a burning sensation in her heart. If Yang Qin did not die, Fairy Junkie would never accept him. The strange thing was that the fight had begun, but the 4 people from Chunyang Palace were still standing in the same place, without any intention of moving. If Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were newcomers who had just ascended, in the face of the sudden attack of this master, it was understandable for them to be stunned in place. But the old tree demon was a battle formation after all. Even the guy who was secretly monitoring did not dare to make a move easily. At this moment, the same behavior was a bit abnormal. Be careful! The companion who was responsible for monitoring the old tree demon only had time to shout this sentence, and then there was no more chance to save the situation. Whoosh! Just when the flying sword was about to hit Yang Chen's head, Yang Chen finally moved. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the blade of the flying sword. The high-speed flying sword instantly stopped like a fish in a net and was tightly held in Yang Chen's hand. The sharp flying sword did not cause any damage in Yang Chen's hand. On the contrary, it suddenly seemed to be out of the control of its master. With a swing of Yang Chen's arm, it was lifted high and slammed into the face of the attendant who was rushing over. Pa! A crisp sound came from the attendant's face. The attendant, who was in the air, had not yet landed on the ground, but made a neat and difficult action of turning 3,600 degrees in the air. With a clear mark of the sword hilt on his face, he spun and fell far away without a sound. This scene happened so fast that the people on Zhu Yixian's side had no time to rescue him, and even before they had the idea, their companion had been hit. If it was Yang Qin who used his own magic weapon to hit the person, everyone would not be so shocked. The problem was that the thing that Yang Qin used to hit the person was clearly the companion's own life flying sword. When could his own flying sword be so easily controlled by others and also attack the original owner without any hindrance? Yang Chen's strength was so great that under the heavy slapping sound, the sound of the attendant's skull breaking could not be covered. It was precisely because of this that the attendant did not say a word, and a blow had already made him unconscious and seriously injured. Was this a newcomer who had just ascended? It should be known that even if the attendant's cultivation was not as good, he was still a 6th-stage human immortal. In the face of a newcomer, Yang Qin, who was at most a 3rd-stage human immortal, and it was a preemptive strike, he was actually so easily caught by his own life-flying sword. How was this possible? However, no matter how impossible it was, the fact happened in front of them. In addition to making Zhu Yixian's group drop their jaws, the 4 people of Chunying Palace stood in the same place as if it was just a trivial matter. They did not move at all, as if such a shocking scene was supposed to happen. The sluggishness was only for a moment. Standing opposite Yang Qin, even the one with the worst cultivation base, was also the one who had been fighting in the spiritual world for hundreds of years. How could they not know what would happen if they were in a daze in the battle? The remaining 5 people immediately launched their magic weapons. Regardless of the consequences, they attacked Yang Qin. The old tree demon laughed and took the lead to stop one. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were no exception. 2 beautiful figures flew out together, followed by another 2, leaving only Zhu Yixian and another companion of Qimen's sect to Yang Qin. Perhaps it was because the old tree demon had been bullied by masters for hundreds of years, so the old tree demon did not show much fierce combat power. This time, with Yang Qin, the old tree demon seemed to have a backbone, and he used a killing move as soon as he came up. Boom! He also took the opponent's magic weapon head-on and counterattacked with a series of backhand. The roaring sound was endless. The old tree demon's pair of fists, carrying the power of a mountain, quickly fell on the opponent's body, seemingly wanting to vent out the pressure he had been suppressing for the past hundreds of years. Old Tree Yao showed no mercy. With just a few attacks, his opponent sprayed out mouthful after mouthful of blood. That was accompanied by the sounds of several magic treasures and bones breaking. The guy facing Gong Sunling was very experienced in combat. Even in the face of a newcomer who had just ascended, he did not relax his vigilance. The flying sword was controlled in the best range and mercilessly stabbed toward Gong Sunling's heart. Gong Sunling's face smiled. She clenched her small fist, like her husband, and punched the tip of the sword. Chapter 1520. You dare to touch my flying sword with your bare hands? Gong Sunling's opponent was delighted. His natal flying sword had been refined for a long time and was extremely sharp, not to mention the body of a little human immortal. Even an earth immortal or heaven immortal could not block a blow from his flying sword. However, the result of the collision of the fist and the sword was not as expected by Gong Sunling's opponent. Before the sharp tip of the sword could touch Gong Sunling's skin, it was blocked by an unknown resistance and could no longer move forward. If that was the case, it would be a draw. The problem was that the power of Gong Sunling's fist was far more than that. After seemingly blocking the flying sword, an earth-shattering force hit the tip of the sword. Boom! Gong Sunling's opponent had carefully refined the super-flying sword for thousands of years and thought that it was invincible. In the face of this destructive force, it was directly broken into pieces. The owner of the flying sword was still in the air, but his whole body was shaken and blood began to gush out of his mouth like a waterfall. Gong Sunling did not just throw a simple punch. In this punch, there was the power of the entire Mountain River geographical map. At this moment, the powerful advantage of the Mountain River geographical map, which had integrated several huge spaces, was revealed. The Mountain River geographical map itself was the treasure of the Dragon Clan. After so many years of sacrificial refining by so many experts, and even with the help of Li Cheng's optimization, it was enough to withstand the attack of a magic weapon stronger than this flying sword. In addition, it mobilized the power of several real spaces. Needless to say, the weight of these real spaces alone was enough to crush hundreds of such flying sword. Yang Chen used the power of his bare hands, and of course, Gong Sunling followed her husband to show his power. Not only did she smash the flying sword with one punch, but the power of the punch did not diminish and bombarded the body of the expert. His opponent, who was already spurting out blood, was instantly turned into a meat patty in the air. After flying back for a while, his body finally couldn't bear the terrifying force and began to fall apart. However, the strength of the attack did not decrease because of this. So, the corpse that had already been split into pieces split again. In the end, an expert directly turned into a mist of blood. Gao Yu's opponent was even more unlucky. As soon as he rushed up, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. His whole body had a kind of binding feeling, and he couldn't use his strength. If that was all, it would be fine. What was even more terrifying was that when his magic treasure was about to reach Gao Yu's side, the beautiful, tight-fitting armor on Gao Yu's body suddenly shone brightly. This armor was originally refined by Li Cheng for Yangqin. It was a super magical treasure that had been refined by gathering more than 100 magical treasures from the Taishaman that had super spirits. More than 100 super spirits, all crossed the tribulation, and later helped Yang Chen refine the entrance to the Immortal Executioner's platform. In the process of refining the entrance to the Immortal Executioner's platform, more than 100 super spirits themselves were also eye-opening. In addition to their personal experience, they were more or less contaminated with a trace of the power of space, and at the same time, they also carried some of the hostility of the Immortal Executioner's platform. The hostility of killing tens of thousands of immortals also made the whole magic treasure have a strange change. The body was originally a protective magic treasure condensed by a variety of offensive and defensive magic treasures, but it had a very strong offensive power. At close range, as soon as they felt that their master was attacked, more than 100 super spirits immediately began to fight back spontaneously. More than 100 bright lights of various colors surrounded the flying magic treasure like locusts, entangled in the magic treasure, which made people feel creepy. Without feeling anything, Gao Yu's opponent suddenly realized that something was wrong. His own life source magic treasure seemed to be becoming a strange thing, and his control over his own life source magic treasure was weakening. This was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that when you found out that your own life source magic treasure was trying to attack you in turn, that feeling was really not much better than seeing a ghost. Under the shock of his mind, he saw his own life source magic treasure smashing down on his head. After a lot of effort to avoid the attack of his own magic treasure, before he could suppress the damage of his life source magic treasure, Gao Yu's counterattack had already begun. More than 100 brilliants of various colors suddenly entangled the two thick lights and surrounded him on both sides. The feeling of horror had not yet subsided, and it was too late to feel these things. The two strange-looking red and blue flying swords had already reached his body, even if he was already a 7th-grade human immortal, and the protective magic treasure on his body was not known how strong. Under the strangulation of the two flying swords, he was as fragile as a piece of paper. After the magic treasure was broken, his body was next. The speed of the two flying swords was extremely fast. When the master felt the pain, he didn't know how many swords had cut his body. What kind of feeling was it to watch one's own flesh and blood fly away piece by piece, leaving only bare bones behind? Not even a painful groan came out. Gao Yu's opponent turned into a living skeleton. The life source magic treasure that had just flown away and had lost control flew back at some point and smashed heavily on the skeleton, instantly turning a person into a pile of bone powder. Out of the 4 that had rushed over, 2 of them didn't even have their bones left. One of them was either dead or alive and had been sent flying somewhere. The remaining one was being violently hammered by the old tree demon. Seeing this scene, the 2 remaining people were immediately shocked. When the old tree demon made his move, the guy who had been monitoring the old tree demon from the beginning had already realized that it was not good. He had been in contact with the old tree demon for the longest time, and of course he knew the fighting capacity of the old tree demon. That was a super strong fighter that could only be suppressed by an Earth Immortal Master. The few human immortals in front of him were not enough to deal with the old tree demon. Seeing that the situation was not good, he was the first to run away. As long as there was life, there was hope. Zhu Yixian never thought that Yang Qin and several people from Chunying Palace still had the power to fight. She thought that as long as she personally took action, coupled with the suppression of Chunyang Palace by Chimin's sect for hundreds of years, even if there were no Earth Immortal Masters around, it would be easy to deal with Yangchen. Who would have thought that there would be such a result? However, the death of her companion also aroused the anger of Zhu Yixian and the remaining master of Chimin's sect. Originally, because of the recent troubles of Xiantian's sect, they did not dare to kill Chunyang Palace at the beginning. They just chased them in circles. But after the stubborn resistance of the people from Chunyang Palace, they hit again, and they couldn't even find a trace of them. Now they finally found 4 of them, but in such a situation, how could they not be angry? What made him most angry was the guy who escaped. Before the battle began, he fled. Such a coward, he would teach him a lesson when he went back this time. The current priority was to solve Yangchen in front of him. Chapter 15:21. It turned out that Zhu Yixian only planned to suppress Yangchen, let him agree to divorce his wife, and then return to the Profound Heaven sect to occupy Fairy Junkie. Now that so many of his henchmen were dead and injured, how could he care about other things? Under great anger, Zhu Yixian directly broke out with 100% of his strength and went straight to Yangchen to attack. The henchmen companions around him were even more furious. Several of their companions were killed by the other party. How could they tolerate it? However, anger did not make him lose his mind. The tragic death of his 4 companions made him realize that these people in front of him were definitely not easy to provoke. The old tree demon's reputation was not small, and it was not easy to deal with him. The strength shown by Gao Yu and Gong Sunling was far beyond their expectations. Now it seemed that the weakest of the enemies should be the only alchemist, Yangchen. Don't look at Yangchen grabbing his companion's flying sword and sending him flying, but in the end, Yangchen was just an alchemist. From the information they had, each of Yangchen's wives and concubines was much stronger than Yangchen. Since Yangchen could become a 5th-grade alchemist, his energy in alchemy should be far more than in fighting, and his combat power should be insufficient. As long as he joined forces with young master Yi Xian to capture Yangchen before the old tree demon and Gao Yu Gong Sunling reacted, there was still a possibility of turning the tables. Otherwise, they could only run away. With young master Yi Xian's pride, how could he do this kind of thing? How could the arrogant and despotic young master Yi Xian escape in front of his rival in love without fighting? Letting Yangchen see a joke, this was worse than death. With such a big loss, there was no other way to save face except to capture Yangchen. The 2 people's thoughts were the same, and their attacks were very tacit, all aimed at Yangchen. While attacking Yangchen, he also had to guard against Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and the old tree demon, for fear that they would come back in time. What they were worried about did not happen. Perhaps the 2 ladies had little combat experience and had not experienced the cruelty of fighting in the spiritual realm. None of them actually rushed over to save their husbands. On the other hand, old tree demon wasn't in a hurry. He released his opponent with 2 punches and stood at the same place, watching quietly. Not good. After young master Yi Xian discovered this, a warning sign immediately rose in his heart. Under what circumstances could the 2 women and the old tree demon be so sure? There seemed to be only one situation, and that was when they were completely at ease with Yangchen. As soon as he became vigilant, young master Yi Xian's movements were a little slow, and then he watched his 7th-grade human immortal sex dog leg slash Yangchen's body with a sword. Yangchen was unscathed, but he swung the flying sword of his former companion and smashed the head of the dog leg into a meat sauce. Young master Yi Xian's figure was just behind for a moment. Looking at this scene, young master Yi Xian was almost scared out of his wits. A 7th-grade human immortal expert couldn't even last 1 round in front of Yangchen, and his life-flying sword had no effect on Yangchen's body. What kind of terrifying evildoer was this? It was no wonder that Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, the old tree demon, were not in a hurry at all. With such a strong combat power, even young master Yi Xian himself had an impulse to turn around and escape. As a companion, what was there to worry about? If he wanted to escape at this time, it was obviously a step too late. Yang Chen's figure flew forward, his big hand opened, ignoring the flying sword on his arm, and grabbed young master Yi Xian's face. His palm, which had become huge because of cultivating the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique, directly grabbed young master Yi Xian's head in his hand and easily picked him up like a chicken. The power coming from Yang Chen's fingers simply made Zhu Yixian collapse. Her head was like an egg that could be crushed by Yang Chen at any time. The sound of her own bones rubbing against each other and the severe pain made Zhu Yixian clearly realize what kind of situation she was in now. Unfortunately, no matter how Zhu Yixian struggled, she couldn't break free from Yang Chen's hand. The dignified genius disciple of the profound heaven sect, young master Yi Xian, who had always been arrogant, was being held in the air by Yang Chen in an extremely humiliating posture. In addition to the pain brought by Yang Chen's palm, the humiliation of being unable to resist by Yang Chen was like a heart-devouring python, swallowing his pride and self-esteem little by little. This father has been in the mortal world for thousands of years, and I haven't heard anyone dare to call this father a bastard. Yang Chen's voice clearly passed to Zhu Yixian's ears. Even the Taishaman's sect master, Li doesn't dare to call me that. You have guts, even more guts than your sect master in the mortal world. Admirable. I, your father, know everything about you. Yang Chen didn't give Zhu Yixian a chance to speak at all. His fingers slightly tightened and pinched the words he wanted to say back into his stomach. I'm not afraid to tell you. The brother who grew up with this father is in your profound heaven sect. A toad like you dares to have ideas about this father's woman. Go to hell. After saying this, Yang Chen's hand squeezed down hard. Bang! Zhu Yixian's had only made a sound like an egg being crushed and turned into a mass of meat sauce. Red and white, stained with Yang Chen's hand. Killing people is killing people. Why do you have to dirty your hands? Gao Yu's grumbling voice came from the side, and Gong Sunling had already taken out a lot of water from nowhere and began to wash Yang Chen's dirty hands. In the distance, there was a bloody humanoid figure crawling on the ground, lying motionless at the moment, without any breath, as if it was dead. But Yang Chen's voice just now made this pile of flesh and blood twitch slightly, and then it continued to crawl there like a corpse. Great! The old tree demon came over with a smile and said loudly, It's great to follow you, and it's also great to kill people. These years it's really useless. Only this time is the most enjoyable. Let's go. Take us to see the head of the palace. Yang Chen stood in the same place, letting Gong Sunling and Gao Yu wash and dry his palms, and then said, Soon, the figures of the 4 people disappeared in place, and no one knew where they went. After Yang Chen and the others disappeared for 2 hours, the motionless corpse in the distance suddenly sat up slowly. His head and face were full of scars, and after swallowing a medicinal pill, his face was much better. He didn't dare to stay here for long. When he could move, he immediately struggled to leave. The brother who grew up with me is in the profound heaven sect. As he staggered and flew, the bloody man thought bitterly in his mind, Dare to go undercover in my profound heaven sect. Your brother is dead. Chapter 1522. Husband, where did you get a brother who grew up with you in the Xiantian sect? When everyone entered Yang Chen's shuttle and flew at high speed, Gao Yu asked curiously. When Yang Chen spoke just now, the 2 women knew that Yang Chen was talking to the first guy who was beaten by Yang Chen in the distance. With the cultivation of the 2 women's spiritual awareness, it was simply easy to find that the guy was still alive. In this regard, the old tree demon Gui Shanyu was a grandmaster-level evildoer. The guy's disguise in front of him was like playing with a big axe in front of Lu Ban's door and playing with a big knife in front of Guan Yu. That guy thought that his turtle-breathing divine art could hide from everyone. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Since everyone discovered the guy's trick, They naturally understood that this was Yang Chen's intention to keep him alive. No one said it at that time, and they cooperated with Yang Chen to play a play. Yang Lan. Yang Chen smiled and said, "From the facts, it is not a lie to grow up naked together. It's just that everyone has different ideas when they grow up." Yang Chen's hatred for Yang Lan, the old tree demon, may not know much, but Gao Yu and Gong Sunling could definitely feel it clearly. When he was in the mortal world, Yang Chen did not toss Yang Lan less. After ascending, he did not forget to give Yang Lan some medicine on this. They really couldn't understand how Yang Lan offended their husband. If Yang Lan had self-knowledge, it would be more comfortable for him to end his own life. It was conceivable that after that guy escaped back, he would definitely tell some of Shantian sect's Zhu Yixian's backers, Shantian sect, and Yang Chen's undercover. Under a check, Yang Lan and Yang Chen not only had the same surname, but they were also from the same village. They definitely met the conditions of growing up naked together. At that time, Yang Lan's life would definitely be extremely wonderful. Old Gui, how has the Shantian sect performed these years? After talking about Yang Lan, Yang Chen no longer paid much attention. No matter how he tossed Yang Lan, Yang Chen would never have any sympathy, nor would he pay any attention. When the time comes, I'll just send him on his way. At this time, Yang Chen was concerned about the situation of the Shantian sect in the spiritual world. This was related to Yang Chen's revenge plan. At the same time, it was also related to the foundation of Chunying Palace. He must not be careless. The Black Heaven sect hasn't had it easy these past few years. When Old Tree Demon heard Yang Chen ask about the mysterious Heaven sect, he couldn't help but smile. While answering, he also showed his happiness. The destruction of the Taishaman naturally affected the profound Heaven sect the most in the spiritual realm. This meant that the powerful, mysterious Heaven sect would no longer have any reinforcements from the mortal realm. If this group of experts from the spiritual realm ascended, the mysterious Heaven sect would naturally be annihilated without anyone attacking it. Without the replenishment of new blood, more than half of the sect members would die. From the mouth of the ascended Yang Lan, they learned that the Taishaman in the mortal world had been exterminated, and the Shantian sect almost went crazy. The Taishaman, the leader of the Taoist sects in the mortal world, were actually exterminated. How was this possible? The first reaction of the high-ranking members of the Shantian sect when they heard the news was that Yang Lan was joking. This was definitely a joke. Who had the courage to deal with the Taishaman? Which big sect didn't know that the heavenly court was now under the control of the Shantian sect? If they dared to deal with the Taishaman, they would be the enemy of the Jade Emperor. Who would dare to deal with the Taishaman because their heads were too heavy on their necks? If it weren't for those big sect, some second-rate or third-rate sect wouldn't have the strength to deal with the Taishaman. What they heard next made the high-ranking members of the Shantian sect want to cry but have no tears. The Taishaman actually became the public enemy of the world because of the dual influence of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation and the Devil Heart Sutra Furnace. They were really exterminated. The news from the other sect also confirmed the correctness of the news brought by Yang Lan. However, the other big sect didn't inform the Shantian sect just to tell them the news, but to denounce them. The Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation was not an array that could be researched by the mortal world. There was no doubt about this. What was worse was that this array was researched by the Shantian sect hundreds of years ago and was even announced. The Shantian sect researched the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation, and then the Taishaman in the mortal world arranged this array. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It was so coincidental that no one would believe that the Taishaman's matter had nothing to do with the Shantian sect. It turned out that the Taishaman had researched this kind of array to snatch spiritual energy. They didn't dare to use it in the spiritual world and didn't dare to test it. So they deliberately sent it to the mortal world to let the Taishaman use it to snatch spiritual energy from the world. Sure enough, it was a good plan. In the face of the tide-like pressure from the other sect, the Xiantian sect had to put on a low profile and swear that the sect had absolutely no intention of passing down the array to the mortal world. However, the facts were in front of them. After the sect received the report from the mortal world's ascended disciples, they already had ironclad evidence. How could they allow the Xiantian sect to quibble? The array was researched by the Xiantian sect. It was the Xiantian sect who said that it wasn't suitable to arrange it. However, they turned around and planned to dig up the roots of the other sect. The Xiantian sect didn't do this in the right way. The destruction of the Taishaman was simply fate. If they didn't destroy the sect, they would be letting down the Xiantian sect's arrangements. All the disciples of the Xiantian sect couldn't explain it clearly. At this time, how could they care about who attacked the Taishaman? They had to first clear their names. In any case, they already knew from Yanlan that the Taishaman were definitely the public enemy of the world. In addition to the Taishaman disciples, all the other sect members were involved in the destruction of the sect. The unprecedented pressure from the sect and the voices of doubt from all sides made the Xiantian sect act more cautiously. The internal department began to investigate who sent the Heaven and Earth Infinite Origin Suppression Array to the lower realm. Most importantly, they had to thoroughly investigate the expert who could communicate with the young sect master Li Lihing's spiritual sense cultivation method. If they could find this person, he would naturally be the culprit. Of course, after finding this person, they would never kill him to prove the innocence of the Xiantian sect. An expert who could communicate with the mortal world's spiritual sense cultivation method was definitely a treasure of the sect. Whether it was to strengthen the connection between cultivation and the Xiantian sect in the immortal world, or to wait for the mortal world's Taishaman to be rebuilt, it was an indispensable treasure. The most important thing at present was not to refute the rumors or eliminate the impact of the matter, but to immediately inform the Xiantian sect in the immortal world and let them find a way to rebuild the Taishaman in the mortal world. If this matter was not completed, the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world and the immortal world would be rootless in the future. There would be no new disciples to supplement them, and there would be no new blood. There would be no other way but to wait for death. Chapter 15:23. Relatively speaking, it was easier to send news from the spiritual world and the immortal world. If they sent it up, they only needed to let a master ascend. There were so many great masters in the mortal world of Taishaman who could ascend at any time. Naturally, the spiritual world was no exception. There were also great masters. However, unlike the mortal world, the great masters in the mortal world were only at the human immortal level, while the great masters in the spiritual world were quasi-Xian immortal, peerless masters who surpassed the heaven immortal. Similarly, the immortal world sent news to the spiritual world, which was similar to the method of consciousness clone in the mortal world. Relatively speaking, the immortal world and the spiritual world were only separated by one world, unlike the immortal world and the mortal world, which were separated by two worlds, so the difficulty and cost were relatively low. Soon, a heaven immortal master from the Xiantian sect ascended to the immortal world. As for how the Xiantian sect instructed it, outsiders did not know. What everyone knew was that during this period of time, the Xiantian sect had been very low-key and would not easily have discord with other sect. It seemed that the Xiantian sect was in the wrong, and they were frantically investigating the sect. However, there were also a lot of external investigations. Who knew if the matter of the Taishaman in the mortal world was caused by another sect? It must be known that the Heaven and Earth Infinite Suppression Formation had been announced to the public by the Xiantian sect. Who knew if it was sent to the mortal world by another sect and then sent to the Taishaman through undercover agents? This was a means for the Xiantian sect to temporarily resist the pressure, but inside the Xiantian sect, the senior officials had basically come to a conclusion. Yanlan had explained very clearly that the Heaven and Earth Infinite Suppression Formation was obtained by the young sect master, Li Lihing, from the spiritual world through the spiritual spirit cultivation method. At the same time, He also got the hint of the special formation eye. It must be known that even the Xiantian sect had not discovered the special formation eye of the heaven and earth infinite suppression formation. How could a little sect master in the mortal world know so clearly that the formation master of the spiritual world could not do it? This could only mean that a mysterious master in the sect had found the mystery and tried to experiment in the mortal world. From the results, Yang Lan and Yang Lan directly went from the gold core stage to the third grade of the human immortal stage, which had proved the existence of the special formation eye. However, as long as they did not find this mysterious expert from the sect, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect would not stop investigating. This expert was simply too important to the mysterious heaven sect. They had to firmly grasp him in their hands. Even now, hundreds of years had passed, and the Black Heaven sect was still in a terrible predicament. Fortunately, because the Taishaman had already been exterminated, the other sect was happy to see this happen. They put pressure on the Black Heaven sect because they were afraid that the Black Heaven sect would take revenge in the spiritual realm. Now that the mysterious Heaven sect had taken the initiative to show weakness, everyone naturally couldn't press too hard. As long as the mysterious Heaven sect didn't pursue the responsibility of any sect members and experts who participated in the annihilation of the Taishaman, everything would be fine. Otherwise, the profound Heaven sect would inevitably become the public enemy of the spiritual realm. The upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect knew this very well. They had been keeping a low profile for hundreds of years, as if they had completely forgotten about the annihilation of the Taishaman. Since they never provoked other sect members naturally had no reason to do so. Of course, the Black Heaven sect was by no means the Black Heaven sect. They still had other arrangements. Just like this time, the old tree demon had just learned that the Black Heaven sect was standing behind the Qi Men sect. The Chunyang Palace was being chased because Zhu Yixian had taken a fancy to Yang Chen's concubine, Tao Junki. The reason why the old tree demon could know so much about the Black Heaven sect was because the matter was too big. Even when the people of the Chunyang Palace were being chased, they could occasionally learn some information from some of the people they met. Without waiting for Yang Chen to continue to ask, the old tree demon told him what he knew about the Yang siblings. Although Yang Chen showed disdain for the Yang siblings, since he had dug a hole for Yang Lan like that not long ago, it was not as simple as not paying attention to them. Speaking of which, Yang Lan and Yang Lan were relatively lucky. After the two of them ascended, their own family members knew about their own affairs. The answers of the Black Heaven sect's higher-ups were quite satisfactory. It was just that no one in the higher-ups would have thought that Yang Lan and Yang Lan had already unified their accounts in the mortal world. They even forcibly hypnotized the two of them through Yang Lan's unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. Even in the face of a heaven immortal master, they would not give wrong answers because of the pressure. According to the agreed routine, the two of them answered seamlessly, and they used the method of 9 truths and 1 falsehood to perfection. Most of them were true, and only at certain critical times were they lies. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect never thought that the 2 juniors would lie in front of them and that they could lie in front of them. According to reason, the news that the Yang siblings brought about the Taishaman was also considered to be meritorious to the Black Heaven sect. However, the 2 of them did not have a high status in the Black Heaven sect. It was because of their cultivation. The spiritual realm was a world that paid attention to strength, and the strong were respected. Although Yang Lan and Yang Lan had gone through the tribulation and ascended, and they were still masters of the 3rd grade of the human immortal realm, the problem was that their cultivation base was not accumulated day and year by themselves, but through the special formation eye of the heaven and earth infinite essence suppressing formation. In principle, it was the same as Mu Ming Yuan's situation in the past. This kind of expert who forcibly increased their cultivation without tempering their state of mind. Even if they went to the spiritual realm, it was impossible for them to be very powerful in the early stages. Naturally, their status would not be very high, especially in a place like the Black Heaven sect, almost all the experts naturally ascended. The status of the Yang siblings was naturally a bit awkward. Fortunately, the sect still appreciated their credit for bringing the news and did not directly demote them to servants. They were still considered official disciples. It was just that in these years, they had to go through various kinds of experiences to make up for what they lacked before. Since they were in such a state, naturally, they would not be highly regarded by many disciples of the sect. Strictly speaking, the situation of Yang Lan and Yang Lan could only be said to be neither good nor bad. They were completely incomparable to the young sect master's favorite concubine and number one lackey in the mortal world. But the two did not dare to have any ideas. They could only grit their teeth and resist. However, these were all things of the past. He believed that when the guy who pretended to be dead passed the news back to the Black Heaven sect, Yang Lan and Yang Lan would definitely be warmly taken care of. How could two disciples who did not follow the right path be compared with a popular person like young master Yi? They were bound to suffer. Listening to the old tree demon's news, Yang Qin also had an understanding of the current situation of the Black Heaven sect. Compared with the Taishaman, the Black Heaven sect was more powerful. If he wanted to take revenge, it would be more difficult, and there was a long way to go. After flying at high speed for a long time, the shuttle finally landed in an area under the guidance of the old tree demon. As soon as he put away the shuttle, Yang Qin found the smell of Wang Yang's Qilin, heavenly fire. Chapter 1524. The feeling of the fire seed was not visual, nor was it a sense of smell. It was purely a subconscious and instinctive feeling. The fire seed was over there, and it could be clearly felt. The distance was not far, and Yang Chen was very clear about the specific location. It was hard to say what kind of feeling this was, but Yang Chen knew that this was definitely related to the yin-yang heaven-burning fire and the white fire seed that Li Cheng gave him. For the time being, it seemed to be a good thing. At least Yang Chen's sensitivity to the fire seed was increasing day by day. Yang Chen's shuttle was the biggest symbol. Everyone had just stood still and had not looked around when they heard a few familiar voices. "You are here!" "Greetings, Palace Master!" "Greetings, Master! "Greetings, Master Ancestor!" The three hurriedly greeted one by one. The figures of the Palace Master, Wang Yong, and Gao Xian also appeared in front of them. Seeing the three best disciples of their own sect, several of the original core executives were all gratified, and the smile on their faces almost never stopped. Without saying anything, the Palace Master stepped forward and pulled the three up, and then brought them to their place of residence. This place was actually not a good place to stay. It could barely be regarded as a temporary camp. The Chiman sect was too ruthless, and the pursuit was fierce, so the resting place of everyone was constantly changing. Anyway, there was a connection between the body of the old tree demon and the clone. As long as they found the old tree demon, they could know the whereabouts of everyone at any time. This disciple has dragged down the sect again this time, and let the elders work hard. This disciple can't be redeemed even if I die 10,000 times. Seeing several others, Yang Chen immediately paid his respects. At the same time, he did not forget to take the responsibility on himself and briefly explain the cause and effect of the matter. Speaking of it, this matter was indeed related to Yang Chen. If it weren't for Yang Chen's woman, Fairy Junkie, everyone would not have worked so hard. However, Yang Chen would certainly not let his own woman take the blame for himself. Everything was naturally carried by himself. It has nothing to do with you. Palace Master Zhang Jiao was able to distinguish right from wrong. He shook his head directly. Sometimes people sit at home. Things come from the sky. It is not anyone's responsibility. On the contrary, the tempering this time allowed us old fellows to learn a lesson. Elder Gao's injuries aren't looking good. Hurry up and take a look. For the time being, the complexion of the head of the palace and the others was still good, but everyone had a little injury on their body. These injuries were not fatal, but it could be seen that they had been through a lot of battles. Apart from Elder Gao, the original core elders were basically all the same. Even Grandmaster Wang Yong was no exception. On the contrary, the old tree demon Ho Yin, Kue Xie Sha, seemed to be in good condition. Compared to the other elders, they were clearly much more energetic. The only one who was seriously injured was Elder Gao Shiyan. Speaking of which, Elder Gao was Gong Suanling's ancestor. This time his injury was very serious. Even though he had used several fifth cycle Lingji mushroom jade pill, he still couldn't completely control the deterioration of the injury. Now Elder Gao could only lie down and cultivate in the Immortal's cave of the Palace Master. Part of the reason why everyone was hiding was because of Elder Gao Shiyan. His situation was not optimistic. If there was another fierce battle, Elder Gao was afraid that it would be a disaster. Chunyang Palace originally had no foundation in the spiritual world. Losing another elder was really unaffordable. For the time being, everyone should avoid the sharp edge and wait for Yangqin to ascend and cure Elder Gao. It was not too late to talk about other things. The medicinal pills that Yangqin had refined, in addition to the longevity pill, all kinds of other medicinal pills were on the elders. Because of this, when facing the pursuit of the masters of Qi Men's sect, they had the capital to fight. The problem was that the spiritual world was the spiritual world. Everyone's cultivation base was raised a lot on average. The medicinal pills that were second to none in the mortal world became less effective in the spiritual world. Elder Gao's injury could almost be said to be very dangerous. He had been in a coma. There was a big hole in his chest that could not be healed. His lower body was almost broken, and there was a big hole in his head. If he was not lucky enough to avoid the brain, he might have already died on the spot. Fortunately, Ho Yun rescued him in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But even so, Gao Shiyan was not well, and Ho Yun also suffered a few heavy blows. Fortunately, after Ho Yun cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the realm of mountain picking strength was tempered by the heavenly tribulation and truly entered the realm of river turning strength. While the strength of his whole body increased dramatically, his defensive power was also greatly improved, so it did not reach the point of no return. Gong Sunling looked at her grandmaster's appearance, and her eyes immediately turned red. Even though she had already ascended to the realm of human immortal, she still could not calm down in the face of her grandmaster who had cared for her like a family member for thousands of years. Don't worry, Ling. Have you forgotten Elder Zhou of Yin Yang Demon School? Yang Qin gently hugged Gong Sunling and gave her words of comfort, then carefully observed Elder Gao's injury. Yang Chen's words made Gong Sunling feel a little relieved. Elder Zhou of Yin Yang Demon School lost a hand and a foot, but Yang Qin still used the longevity pill to let him regrow his limbs. Grandmaster's injury looked serious, but her husband was by her side, so it should not be a big deal. Thinking of this, Gong Sunling also quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Gao's injury was caused by an Earth Immortal expert. The attack was very heavy, but it was not a direct hit. It was estimated that the other people and the protective magic treasure on him had blocked part of the power of the attack. Now it seemed that the injury on his chest was the most serious, and it could not be healed. He could only swallow a 5th revolution Lingji mushroom pill every once in a while to preserve his life. Be careful. Seeing that Yang Chan was reaching out to touch the wound on Elder Gao's chest, Grandmaster Wang Yong hurriedly reminded him. There is still residual sword qi in the wound, and it can't be forced out. Once touched, it will act up and aggravate Elder Gao's injury. This was also the reason why Elder Gao's wound could not heal. The sword qi left by an unknown expert had been buried deep in Elder Gao's body, and it might have formed a balance with Elder Gao's body. Once there was an external force, it would immediately activate the sword qi. Most importantly, the power of this sword qi came from Elder Gao's body. Every time the sword qi was activated, Elder Gao's vitality would be released a little. Everyone dared not fight with the experts of Chimen's sect because they were afraid of this. Yang Chen's hand hovered in the air for a moment, but then he did not hesitate to touch it. If he did not understand the nature of the sword qi, how could he get rid of it and heal it? Even if this would make Elder Gao weaker, he could not care too much. Qi, a clear sound of sword qi piercing through the air, came from Elder Gao's chest, directly piercing towards Yang Chen's arm. Chapter 15:25. This time, no one said anything more. After Wang Yong said it, Yang Chen was still like this. Obviously, he had his own ideas. Everyone quieted down and looked at Yang Chen quietly. An almost substantial sword qi, in the full view of the crowd, directly pierced into the arm of Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen's arm did not shake at all. It still maintained the posture just now, as if nothing had happened. He gently stroked the wound of the elder and felt the changes. The eyes of several elders who saw this scene almost stared out. On the contrary, the old tree demon Ho Yun and a few others who came from the monster race seemed to be indifferent. In front of the head of the palace and several elders, Yang Chen had always shown a kind of wisdom in the palm of his hand, as well as a super enchanting genius in alchemy. On the contrary, in terms of combat effectiveness, he did not show much strength. Everyone was very surprised that Yang Chen could handle the sword qi so easily. This sword qi, left by the Earth Immortal Master, once triggered, even the head of the palace or Wang Yong would have to deal with it in a hurry. How could it be as easy as Yang Chen? It was like nothing happened. The old tree demon Ho Yin, Shi Kuei, and Xia Sha had personally experienced the horror of Yang Chen. They did not dare to say much. Ho Yun stood in front of Yang Chen. Even if his realm seemed to be higher than Yang Chen, he did not dare to compete with Yang Chen in strength. If at this time Ho Yin, the old tree demon, could barely walk in front of Yang Chen, Shi Kuei and Xia Sha had already been reduced to a younger brother who was easily abused by Yang Chen. That sword qi could not even hurt Ho Yin. Naturally, it would not hurt Yang Chen. In fact, even if the sword qi was 10 times more powerful, it could not hurt Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen did not have the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique to protect his body, the result would be the same. The scabbard that Patriarch Lu had left behind to preserve the supreme pure Yang, sword qi, had already been refined by Yang Chen. Even the supreme pure Yang sword qi could not hurt Yang Chen, much less an earthly immortal level sword qi. This time, it made Yang Chen understand the characteristics of the sword qi. This was a very unique and sinister cultivation technique. The sword qi that was cultivated was like maggots in tarsal bones, attaching itself to the opponent's body. The person who was hit would not die immediately. Not only did the sword qi consume the enemy's yuan qi, but it could also use the enemy's yuan qi to attack others. Usually it was very difficult for people who were struck by sword qi to survive. After a long period of torment, all their yuan qi would be consumed by the sword qi and they would die. During this period, there was no telling how many people would be injured. It was impossible for an ordinary person to completely remove the sword qi, unless there was an expert whose cultivation was higher than the attackers. They could use powerful spiritual energy to forcefully remove the sword qi. At the same time, they had to ensure that the injured person had enough yuan qi to use. Otherwise, even if the sword qi was expelled from the body, the injured person would not be able to escape death. Fortunately, it's too late. After checking the wound, Yang Chen also figured out the characteristics of the sword qi and finally announced the result while everyone was waiting anxiously. The sentence that it was too late suddenly made the palace master and others breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. These days, not only did they have to avoid the pursuit of the Chiman sect, but they also had to take care of Elder Gao. Even the powerful old tree demon Ho Yin was ordered not to fight back, so as not to attract the more powerful masters of the Chiman sect. The reason why they were so embarrassed and worked so hard was that they were afraid that Elder Gao would have an accident. Now they finally waited for this good news. Among the people present, no one's cultivation could be higher than the Earth Immortal Master, who cast the sword qi. Therefore, it was obviously not advisable to use super strong spiritual energy to expel the sword qi. The remaining way was to constantly consume the power of the sword chi. Although the sword chi would absorb the vitality of the injured person every time it was stimulated, it would also consume the power of the sword chi itself. As long as the number of times was enough, the sword chi would naturally dissipate. The only thing to worry about was that during this period, Elder Gao would not be able to hold on first, and the vitality of the whole body would be consumed. However, in front of Yang Qin, there was no need to worry about this problem at all. He didn't dare to say anything else. Yang Chen had a lot of longevity pills to supplement his life essence, and he could supplement it to Elder Gao at any time. A 3 revolutions prolonging life pill was sent into the mouth of Elder Gao, and the huge life essence immediately began to supplement the consumption of Elder Gao. In just a while, Elder Gao's face was a lot ruddy. Although he was still in a coma, everyone could see that Elder Gao's condition was much better. Immediately afterward, a 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill appeared in the hands of Yang Qin, and he intended to give it to Elder Gao. Before Yang Qin started, the palace master frowned slightly and asked, "The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill has been taken a lot. Is it useful?" "This one is a little different," Yang Chen explained with a smile, but it was only this sentence. He did not say anything more. He still maintained the previous action and fed it to Elder Gao. The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill that Yang Qin took out at this time was indeed different from the ordinary Lingji mushroom jade pill in the past. It was also a 5th grade pill, but this one was refined using the merit and virtue method. Its effect was many times stronger than the ordinary 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. Such a meritorious medicinal pill had always been refined by Yang Qin to save his life. At this time it finally came in handy. The next action of Yang Qin made all the people around look at it with horror. After the 2 medicinal pills were given to Elder Gao, Yang Qin began to reach out and press on the wound on Elder Gao's chest, as if massaging to promote blood circulation. The continuous sound of the sword qi breaking through the air almost sounded, and there was no time to stop in the middle. A longevity pill replenished a lot of Elder Gao's life essence, and the power released by the stimulated sword qi was also greatly improved. The power of each sword qi could cut an ordinary human immortal master into 2 pieces. Even Ho Yin, who had nothing to fear, had his expression change when he saw this densely packed sword qi. It was true that the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique could block 1 or 2 sword qi, but it was absolutely an extravagant hope to receive so many sword qi in such a short period of time. However, so many sword qi, like raindrops, were all blocked between Yang Chen's hands. The wound was not big, and Yang Chen's hands easily covered it. All the sword qi fell on Yang Chen's pair of big hands, and then, as if it had never appeared, it quickly disappeared without a trace, and no trace could be seen. Such a burst of sword qi lasted for more than an hour, and there were no less than tens of thousands of sword qi bursting out. It had to be said that the cultivation of the guy who did it was indeed strong. Oh, everyone watched as the sword qi became weaker and weaker, and then they heard Elder Gao's groan. Elder Gao, who had been in a coma for hundreds of years, finally woke up. Chapter 1526. As Elder Gao woke up, the sword qi hidden in Elder Gao's body finally released the last wisp. However, the last wisp of sword qi was also the wisp that was hidden the deepest. At the same time, it was also the one that absorbed the most of Elder Gao's vitality. The sword qi that had almost the power of all the previous sword qi stabbed into Yang Chen's palm. Then it disappeared without a trace, as usual under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people. Yang Chen's hand did not move at all. He still took the sword qi calmly and easily. Then he pointed at Elder Gao's chest. This sword qi absorbed almost all the vitality in Elder Gao's body. Elder Gao, who just showed signs of waking up, was affected by this and directly fell into a coma again. 99% of the vitality was absorbed by this sword qi. Not to mention Elder Gao, who had been injured for a long time. Even a normal expert would have the same result. Everyone was shocked, but they found that Yang Chen had already let out a long breath, and then he took out another prolonging life pill. The difference from the previous one was that this prolonging life pill was refined with the 5th grade. It was 2 grades higher than the first one, and the effect was definitely different. Yang Chen did not use a higher grade one at the beginning because the absorption of sword qi changed according to the vitality of the injured person. Adding too much vitality would only make the sword qi more powerful, and the damage to Elder Gao would be more serious. The 3 revolutions prolonging life pill provided enough vitality for the sword qi to absorb. The merit Ganoderma mushroom, dew pill, could protect Elder Gao from death. The next step was the focus of the treatment. The wound on Elder Gao's chest began to slowly close up. The hole on his head also slowly closed up. As for his broken lower body, it was gradually recovering to its original state. Everything was changing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The effect of the 5 revolutions, prolonging life pill, was very amazing. Even though everyone had heard of the power of the prolonging life pill in the mortal world, they still could not help but be amazed when such a serious injury of Elder Gao recovered so quickly in front of their eyes. In the time it took to burn a stick of incense, there were no longer any wounds on Elder Gao's body. Even the scars that were left a long time ago had disappeared without a trace in this short period of time. His entire body was as clean as a newborn baby's. He opened his eyes again. This time, Elder Gao was completely awake. He was not in a daze because of the torture just now. How long have I been lying there? As soon as he opened his eyes, Elder Gao saw Yang Chen. He immediately smiled and asked a question. It's been a few hundred years, old friend. Grandmaster Wang Yong took a few steps forward and replied with a smile. He and Elder Gao had been close friends since they were in the mortal world. With more than 2,000 years of friendship, it was natural for him to address him as an old partner. Yang Chen, it's great that you're here. Elder Gao sat up and slowly moved his arms and legs, which he had not moved for hundreds of years. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. I know that I have implicated everyone all these years. What should we do next? Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen. When they were in the mortal world, all the core high-level members, including the head of the palace, had been accustomed to Yang Chen's strategy of taking charge of the development of the sect. They were not surprised by Elder Gao's question. Several monster clan masters were even more obedient to Yang Chen. As long as they followed Yang Chen, they could not use too much of their brains. They just had to act without scruples. Yang Chen was the commander. They would never have an opinion. Chunyang Palace cannot be bullied for no reason. Yang Chen's voice slowly said, Taishaman can't, Chimin sect can't. From the time he saw the head of the palace, there was a burning anger in Yang Chen's heart. Especially after seeing the seriously injured Elder Gao, this anger burned to the peak. Just because he had to treat Elder Gao's injury, he had been enduring until now it began to erupt. Of course, Yang Chen was a sensible person. No matter how angry he was, it was impossible to direct it at his own sect elders and his own woman. So although people heard the words he said with his teeth clenched, they did not see his expression. The simple words made everyone feel refreshed, except for a few monster clan members. Everyone knew that Chunyang Palace was bullied by Taishaman in the past. At the same time, they also understood what role Yang Chen played in the destruction of the Taishaman. To be honest, even the Taishaman were wiped out under the design of Yang Chen. A small vassal of the Xiantian sect, Chimin sect, was not a big deal at all. What should we do? Being seriously injured and lying here for hundreds of years, causing other partners to have to hide. Among so many people, the one who wanted to vent his anger the most was Elder Gao. As soon as Yang Chen said it, he immediately asked, Fortunately, even at this moment, Elder Gao also knew the priorities and knew that the strength of these people on his side was not enough to compare with Chimin's sect, which has been developing in the spiritual world for many years, even if Yang Qin was there. Therefore, he added a sentence to remedy it, no matter how long we wait. The head of the palace also had the same idea. Everyone knew that Yang Chen would definitely have a way, but the enemy was powerful, and it was not a matter of overnight. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, let alone a cultivator. In order to deal with Taishimin, Yang Chen spent hundreds of years to lay out the plan, and finally succeeded in one fell swoop. People who cultivated were not afraid of time. We, Chunying Palace, have no foundation in the spiritual world. Yang Chen said the embarrassing situation of Chunying Palace in one sentence. Although those big sects with good relations in the mortal world will be happy to provide a site for Chunying Palace and develop under their protection, this disciple believes that none of us will want to live under someone else's roof all the time. Everyone listened and nodded silently. These were the words of an experienced person. Although living under someone else's roof could get good opportunities for development, it was a good thing for Chunying Palace, which had nothing. However, everything had two sides. Since they chose to be covered from a certain point of view, they had to sacrifice a lot. Then what should we do? Husband. Gong Sunling looked at the serious injury of her master ancestor. It would be a lie to say that she was not angry. Now that everyone sounded a little depressed, she couldn't help but ask eagerly, "Let's put aside the problem of the site. I think, at present, we should solve Chimin's sect first." Yang Chen looked at Gong Sunling, looked at Gao Yu, and then turned to the 4 monster clan masters who were staring at him. Suddenly he laughed. No one can offend Chunying Palace without paying any price. Chimin's sect is the same. In the shortest time, solve Chimin's sect. Chapter 1527. Although Yang Qin did not say how to solve Chimin's sect, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Yang Qin never talked nonsense. At least the people in front of him had never heard of it. Since Yang Qin said that Chimin's sect should be solved in a short time, it must be solved in a short time. At this time, the master of the palace had time to discuss with Yang Qin about Zhu Yixian's troubles. The connection between the old tree demon's main body and the clone made the master of the palace very clear about what Yang Qin had done. Before, he had no time to discuss this because he had to treat Elder Gao, but now he finally had time. Compared with Chimin's sect, the master of the palace was more worried about the profound heaven sect. Think about it, Chimin's sect was just a follower of a human immortal disciple of the profound heaven sect. But Yang Qin had already killed young master Yixian directly. If the profound heaven sect pursued this matter, it would not be an easy thing to deal with. Don't worry, the profound heaven sect will not pursue these things for at least 1,000 years. Yang Qin directly said his judgment to the master of the palace. They have not yet explained the Taishimin's matter clearly. The death of a human immortal disciple is not enough for them to come out and deal with a few newcomers who have just ascended. Moreover, Junqi is also in the profound heaven sect. She will not sit back and watch the people of the profound heaven sect kill her disciple. This explanation was barely reasonable, but it was not enough to convince people completely. Even if it was not pursued within 1,000 years, after this period of time, when the profound heaven sect recovered, he was afraid that it would be the time to kill the Chunying Palace. However, the master of the palace never said that his own disciple did something wrong. If it weren't for Yang Qin, he was afraid that the Chunying Palace would have already belonged to the Taishimin when they were in the mortal world, and there would be no glory of their ascension. Moreover, to be able to wrestle with the profound heaven sect, it was an exciting feat to think about. Everyone first recuperate, wait for the opportunity, and solve the Chimin sect in one fell swoop. At this time, the one giving the orders was Yang Qin. No one had any objections and followed Yang Qin's instructions. After Yang Qin and the others left, the survivor of Chimin sect finally struggled to get up. He used all the strength in his body and fled in the direction of the sect. When Yang Chen and the others almost saw the head of the palace, the surviving guys also saw the mountain gate of Chimin's sect. At this point, he was already on the verge of death. Yang Chen had a good sense of propriety when he attacked. It was as if he had calculated that he would be able to rush back to the sect to say a few words. Young Master Yixian was killed? There's a spy in Xiantian's sect who grew up naked with Yang Chen in Chuning Palace? The sect master of Chimin sect frowned. His face was filled with disbelief as he carefully asked, "Are you sure? Did you hear it wrong?" The elder on duty of the Equal Gate sect looked as if he had lost his parents as he reported the news that his disciple had desperately sent back. When he heard the sect master's question, he hurriedly replied as if he was swearing, "It's absolutely true. That's what this disciple heard." Not only this disciple heard it, but several disciples on duty also heard it. There were a few people who heard it, and the implication was that it was impossible to hear it wrong. The sect master of Chimin's sect did not dare to neglect and hurriedly sent the news to Xiantian's sect. Young Master Yixian was killed. This was definitely a big event for Chimin's sect. In any case, Xiantian's sect must know. As for how the Xiantian sect would deal with the matter of Chimin's sect's failure to protect young Master Yixian, that was another matter. If it was reported immediately, there would be a glimmer of life. If it was concealed and the Xiantian sect knew about it in the future, there would be no second way for Chimin's sect except to destroy the sect. When Yang Chen and the others were still waiting for the right time, the Xiantian sect had already received the news from Chimin's sect. Their own disciple was killed. No matter what rank the disciple was, it was a big event. The Xiantian sect had to investigate the cause and effect. The lackeys of Chimin sect did not dare to hide anything. They poured out everything about how young Master Yixian took a fancy to Fairy Junkie and how he asked them to suppress Chuning Palace and kill Yangchen. This matter was also related to another disciple of the Xiantian sect, so they needed to be more cautious. Young Master Yixian was an outstanding junior of the sect, but Fairy Junkie was not bad either. Speaking of which, Zhu Yixian ascended hundreds of years earlier than Tao Junkie. He cultivated to the 8th grade human immortal realm in a few hundred years in the spiritual realm. His aptitude was definitely excellent. However, compared with Fairy Junkie, his achievements seemed to be a notch lower. Even if he ascended hundreds of years later than Zhu Yixian, Tao Junkie's cultivation had already entered the 7th grade human immortal realm. In addition, his natal fire seed was pure Yin true fire, together with an iron-winged eagle demon pet that cultivated almost the same wood attribute. His cultivation was almost at a rapid pace. After Tao Junkie ascended, he was slightly low-key. Other than abiding by the sect's rules, he usually only came in contact with a limited number of disciples under his master side. He did not have much contact with others. In the past 200 to 300 years, he even took the initiative to go out to gain experience. He seemed to have gone overseas to cultivate, and he was not in the sect. Zhu Yixian's behavior was despised by some people, even in the Xiantian sect. If he liked Fairy Junkie, he should approach her openly and compete with Yangchen. He should not play these shameful tricks behind her back. As a dignified Xiantian sect's disciple, he did not dare to compete with a junior disciple of Chunyang Palace openly. It was simply a disgrace to the sect. In particular, Zhu Yixian, who was an 8th grade human immortal, still died in the hands of Yangchen. It made people shake their heads. His cultivation was higher than his opponent's, but he still died in the hands of his opponent. Apart from being arrogant and despising his opponent, what other reason could there be? If he had to give a reasonable explanation, it would be that someone in his sect leaked the details of Zhu Yixian, right? In the Xiantian sect, it was easy to find Yang Chen's companions who grew up naked. Yang Chen's identity as a 5th grade alchemist had attracted the special attention of many sect. Someone who was about the same age as Yang Chen had recently ascended and had a relationship with Yang Chen apart from Yang Lan and Yang Lan. Who else could it be? Yang Lan and Yang Lan, who were working hard to improve their mental cultivation to make up for their lessons in the mortal world, did not know what happened at all. They were taken away by a group of law enforcement hall disciples, and then several law enforcement hall disciples began to interrogate them fiercely about their relationship with Yang Chen. The poor Yang Lan and Yang Lan didn't know why the law enforcement hall disciples were looking for them. When they heard about Yang Chen, they thought that the sect wanted to know more about Yang Chen. The two did not dare to hide it and immediately revealed some of Yang Chen's things in the mortal world. They did not forget to add oil and vinegar to explain how the hateful Yang Chen hated Taishimen, how he did not know how to appreciate favors, and how he fished for fame. Chapter 1528. In order to let the people in the sect believe how heinous Yang Chen was, Yang Lan did not forget to tell his own painful experience. He was bullied by Yang Chen. Yang Chen even bought some killers at a high price to take his life. Even some people in the sect were bought by Yang Chen to suppress him inhumanely, and so on. Yang Lan naturally would not tear down his own brother's stage, and he also relayed the facts. For Yang Chen, the two siblings didn't even need to collude, as long as they told the facts. The more he said, the more Yang Lan found that the faces of the law enforcement hall disciples seemed to be weirder. At this time, Yang Lan was only the lowest disciple of the sect. He did not ascend normally. Even if his cultivation base had reached the 4th grade of human immortal, he had not really become a disciple. Feeling the strangeness of the law enforcement hall disciples, Yang Lan was also puzzled. However, he was not qualified to question anything. He could only add oil and vinegar to increase Yang Chen's crimes. After Yang Lan ascended, the most important thing for the Profound Heaven sect was to learn the cause and effect of the destruction of the sect from his mouth. In this kind of major event, even if Yang Lan was eloquent, it was impossible to closely associate the destruction of the Taishimen with Yang Chen. The sect would not pay much attention to an alchemist of a third-rate sect. A 5th-grade alchemist was a treasure in the mortal world, but in the spiritual world, the Profound Heaven sect could find a few 7th-grade alchemists at any time. A 5th-grade alchemist was a slag in front of them. Even if Yang Chen was a genius and outstanding, compared with the destruction of the sect, he was equivalent to a grain of dust, insignificant. Yang Lan always thought that he had no chance to cheat Yang Chen in the spiritual world for the time being. Now the people of the law enforcement hall actually asked about Yang Chen. Yang Lan naturally understood that Yang Chen must have ascended. Even the law enforcement hall had to be dispatched. If he didn't take the opportunity to blacken Yang Chen to death at this time, when would he? In the past, Yang Lan's little tricks in the spirit congealing pills were not discovered by the Taishimen at all. It was a pity that the arrangement was lost. Now that he finally had a chance, Yang Lan did not forget to treat his own arrangement as a suspicion, and he carefully said it. Anyway, no matter what, the black pot of a young sect master who murdered the Taishimen should be put on Yang Chen's head. As long as the Black Heaven sect was enraged, a mere 5th-grade alchemist would have to obediently wait for death. Of course, Yang Chen knew the great impact of the Taishimen's annihilation. In addition, Yang Chen did not ascend. No matter how he spoke ill of Yang Chen, it would not help. How could Yang Lan miss the opportunity that was hard to come by? A series of facts and conjectures, one after another, proved that Yang Chen was the archenemy of the Taishimen. He was a classic example of how to appease the common people if he was not killed. The excited Yang Lan did not notice the strangeness in the eyes of several law enforcement hall disciples. A guy who could make Yang Lan and Yang Lan spare no effort to slander. If this was put in a normal situation, it was definitely something that a life and death enemy could do. It was simply a posture of being beaten to the ground, stepping on a foot, and then abusing to death. The problem was that what the law enforcement hall wanted to know now was whether Yang Lan and Yang Lan had a closer relationship with Yang Chen. From Yang Lan's confession, they could be sure that Yang Lan, and Yang Chen were from the same village. This was very consistent with the fact that Yang Qin said that he grew up from a small, but the more Yang Lan and Yang Lan said that Yang Chen was heinous, the more they were enemies of the Taishanmen. In this case, the more the people in the law enforcement hall suspected that this was deliberately fabricated by the Yang Lan and Yang Lan in order to create an illusion of a reconcilable hostility with Yang Chen. The more they slandered Yang Chen, the more people suspected that they were just covering up their relationship with Yang Chen. The time of Yang Chen's departure from the reception town and the time of Zhu Yixian's accident have been investigated by the people of the profound heaven sect. If calculated from the time, Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were on the road almost nonstop to catch up with that time point. There was no investigation of who had contact with Yang Chen after that. That was to say, Yang Chen had no opportunity to learn about the situation of the Xiantian sect from the mouth of others. However, Yang Chen called out Zhu Yixian's name when he had never seen Zhu Yixian, and he seemed to be very familiar with her. This could not help but make people doubt whether someone really sent a message to Yang Chen in this short period of time. The recent performance of the Yang Lan and Yang Lan, the people of the law enforcement hall also began to investigate, and soon there were results. The two siblings knew the awkwardness of their ascension. During this time, in addition to cultivation, they were basically inquiring about the things in the sect. The two of them wanted to find a good backer, so they wanted to figure out the distribution of the sect's power. However, such behavior made people have another kind of suspicion when they investigated. After all, suspicion was suspicion. For the time being, if there was no real evidence, the sect in the spiritual world would generally not deal with the disciples. Cultivation in the mortal world was a touchstone. Transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality was a threshold that could thoroughly test whether a cultivator was worth cultivating or not. Generally speaking, as long as it was a master who ascended normally, the sect would make great efforts to cultivate. The Xiantian sect was a big sect. Generally, they would not listen to one side of the story. They had various channels to understand whether what Yang Lan said was true or not. There were many masters who ascended from the mortal world. It was easy for them to find a few people who knew the relationship between Yang Chen and the Taishanmen. In several aspects, what the Yang Lan and Yang Lan said was almost the truth, except for the part of Yang Lan's own speculation. Of course, there was also a part that Yang Lan did not say, but others knew. For example, Yang Chen and the Taishanmen had made several transactions, all of which were exchanging medicinal pills for the resources of the Taishanmen. Yang Lan was indeed chased by Yang Chen. There was no doubt about this. The Xiantian sect had learned the facts from multiple channels. However, what they were more curious about was that Yang Chen's bounty was so high. At that time, Yang Lan had not yet become a follower of the young sect master Li Liheng. At best, he was just a younger generation in the foundation stage and the Jiedan stage. How did he survive under such a high bounty? Some things simply could not stand up to scrutiny. Yang Lan and Yang Lan tried hard to deny their relationship with Yang Chen. On the surface, they were like fire and water. Yang Chen repeatedly offered a high bounty for Yang Lan, but Yang Lan was safe and sound. In addition, after Yang Lan ascended, he inquired about the sect's affairs everywhere. If the suspicion that Yang Lan and Yang Lan were undercover agents placed by Yang Chen in the Xiantian sect was reversed, many things were simply clear. After a circle of investigation, the expressions on the faces of several law enforcement hall disciples who directly faced Yang Lan and Yang Lan had become more and more ugly. Although it was said that every sect would have unworthy disciples, such a guy who betrayed others was right in front of them, and he still talked as if nothing had happened. No matter how they looked at it, it was annoying. Chapter 15:29. Let's teach them a lesson first. A steward of the Earth Immortal cultivation base who was responsible for this matter ordered with a cold face, "Ask again after the fight. Ask clearly and in detail." After dropping the sentence, the steward left with his hands on his back, and Yang Lan and Yang Lan didn't understand what happened. They just instinctively felt that they were in trouble. No disciple of the sect would like a spy, especially this guy who made a disciple of the sect die. This was simply a public enemy. In the law enforcement hall, there was a disciple who was an acquaintance of Zhu Yixian. When he heard the steward's instructions, he immediately volunteered and jumped out. "Let me do it!" The voice of gnashing teeth did not intend to hide anything, so it was so naked. Yang Lan finally noticed that it was not good, and hurriedly began to shout loudly, "This disciple is wronged! This disciple is wronged!" Wronged? The disciple who jumped out had a ferocious look on his face. "Well, if you have any grievances, you can talk about it later. Now, the steward has instructed, ask again after the fight." Looking at the law enforcement hall disciple who came step by step, Yang Lan and Yang Lan's hearts had sunk to the bottom. Until the pain came, the Yang Lan and his brother were still confused. Didn't they want to know about Yang Qin? How did it end up like this? After Yang Qin left a person alive and said those words, Yang Qin knew that Yang Lan would soon suffer. Even if Yang Qin couldn't see it with his own eyes, he could be completely sure that Yang Lan couldn't escape this disaster. Of course, Yang Qin did not expect the Profound Heaven sect to kill Yang Lan immediately. Yang Lan and Yang Lan were the only two guys who had experienced the baptism of the special formation Eye of the Universe, everlasting spirit, suppressing formation. So far, the masters of formation research in the Profound Heaven sect have not fully determined the principle of the special formation Eye. How could they kill the two people so quickly? However, the death penalty could be avoided, but it was hard to escape punishment. Yang Qin seemed to have a bad taste. His favorite thing was to watch the people of the Taishimin Profound Heaven sect help Yang Lan. This was the case in the mortal world, and it was the same in the spiritual world. He was never tired of it. It would be best if Yang Lan could keep his life. Yang Qin was happy to send him on his way when the time came. Even if Profound Heaven sect's brain was pulled this time and killed Yang Lan directly, Yang Qin would not lose anything. If he died in the hands of his own people, Yang Lan would definitely die in peace. Yang Qin didn't care about Yang Lan's life now. He was waiting for the opportunity to deal with Kaiman's sect. To put it bluntly, he was waiting for the arrival of an expert. As long as the guy he was waiting for arrived, it would not be difficult to deal with the people from Chiman's sect. In the mortal world, Yang Qin had a relationship with Elder Wu Xiong and the blue-ringed octopus Lanning. However, both of them had ascended for less than 1,000 years and were unlikely to become Earth Immortal experts. It seemed that they were not enough to deal with Chiman's sect. However, there was an Earth Immortal expert who had a good relationship with Yang Qin. That was the descendant of the Dragon Clan by Long Xian. Long Xian's Dragon Clan bloodline was stimulated by Yang Qin's merits. Moreover, the demon sealing array was also broken by Yang Qin's help. In addition, the merits on the merit steel were completely provided by Yang Qin. The relationship between Long Xian and Yang Qin had already become that of a master and servant. What Yang Qin was waiting for was Long Xian. Before ascending from the mortal world, Long Xian was already a 4th-grade Earth Immortal. After being in the spiritual realm for so long, coupled with Yang Qin's full blessing on the merit steel, as a descendant of the Dragon Clan, Long Xian's strength was definitely far beyond this realm. Although it was said that he was waiting for Long Xian, it was actually a summoning. Of course, Yang Qin and Long Xian did not have that kind of spiritual connection. To summon Long Xian, Yang Qin used merits. He was completely refining the great Yin-Yang 5 elemental flying swords with the technique of the merit chapter. On Long Xian's merit steel, it was full of Yang Qin's merits. On this side, when Yang Qin used the merit method, even if Long Xian was millions of miles away, Long Xian could still sense it. Sure enough, after Yang Qin sacrificially refined the great Yin-Yang 5 elements, flying sword for only half a year, Yang Qin felt the aura of Long Xian. Xiao Tian also noticed Long Xian, who was also a descendant of the Dragon Clan, and kept flying up and down. Whoosh! A black light flashed, and there was an extra small figure in front of Yang Qin. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary tortoise. If one had to say that it was a little special, it was estimated that it was a little dark in color. Other than that, it was completely no different from a small tortoise. There were no spiritual awareness fluctuations, no spiritual power fluctuations. If ordinary cultivators did not see it in the jungle, then 99% of them would not have any thoughts about this little tortoise. You really hide deep. Yang Chen looked at this guy and smiled. How many experts have you used this appearance to plot against? The little tortoise did not intend to hide in front of Yang Chen. He also knew that he could not hide it at all. Soon, the light flashed again, and the ordinary little tortoise disappeared in an instant. In its place, there was a bald man, looking at Yang Chen with a smile. "Greetings, master." The bald man was Swan and I Longxian. However, the technique he used to transform into a human was not the transformation secret art taught by Yang Chen. Instead, it was the unique transformation secret art of the Dragon Clan that he learned from the Dragon Tower. Longxian was also a descendant of the Dragon Clan. After Longxian became a servant of Yang Chen, Yang Chen gave him a complete set of the cultivation method of the first floor of the Dragon Tower. Longxian's cultivation was high, so it was easy for him to transform into a big man. "You came at the right time. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Chen nodded in response to Longxian's greeting. Just looking at the state that this guy appeared to have reached the level of the Earth Immortal 5th grade. In just a few hundred years, with a full load of merit steals, Longxian's cultivation really improved quickly. Since Longxian arrived, Yang Chen planned to immediately start on Chimen sect. Although Chimen sect was also a small sect in the spiritual realm, its strength was not strong enough, and it still had to rely on the profound heaven sect. The strongest cultivation was 2 experts of the Earth Immortal 6th grade. The entire sect had more than 100 people. There were more than 10 Earth Immortal experts, and the rest were human immortals. It seemed that their power was not big, but it was enough to bully Chunying Palace, which had no foundation. They did not even need to send experts of the Earth Immortal 6th grade. Just a few experts of the Earth Immortal 3rd grade was enough to make Chunying Palace suffer. If Zhu Yixian didn't want to win the heart of Fairy Junkie, and specifically told him not to kill them, Yang Chen might not have the opportunity to see the Palace Master and the others again. But in any case, Elder Gao was seriously injured by the other party, and the other elders were driven away by the people of Chimen sect like stray dogs. Yang Chen would never be grateful because the other party did not kill them at the beginning. Those who dared to offend the people of Chunying Palace must be taught a lesson in any case. Let's go. Yang Chen had been waiting for this day for a long time. He could not wait to summon the people of Chunying Palace and snapped his fingers. Let's go kill! Chapter 1530. Ho Yun and the old tree demon had been waiting for this day for a long time. When they heard Yang Chen's words, they almost jumped up happily. They didn't have the demeanor of a human immortal master at all. How do we kill them? Grand Master Wang Yong had been filled with anger for the past few years. Now that he finally had an opportunity to vent it out, he did not object and asked directly. There are not many masters in Chimen sect. Longxian of the Earth Immortal level is enough to deal with them. Yang Chen's biggest reliance now was Longxian. With the Merit Steel and the Swanee bloodline, he definitely surpassed the masters of the same level. The strongest master of Chimen sect was only the 6th grade of the Earth Immortal, which was a small realm higher than Longxian. It was not a problem for him to kill them. As for the human immortal masters, we will take care of them. Yang Chen quickly assigned tasks to everyone, and at the same time did not forget to say, "We have a few people, they have a lot of people. There is no need to fight hard. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't fight, then run. There is no shame. If there is a chance, sneak attack. How can you kill people? Don't be afraid of being called despicable. We're just newcomers who have just ascended. It is normal to use any means." As he spoke, Yang Chen pulled everyone onto the shuttle and flew at high speed to the location of Chimen sect. On the way, he did not forget to give a lot of spirit-devouring divine thunder to the elders. These were specially refined by Yangqin with the upgraded spirit-devouring dragon fire during this waiting period. No matter who it was, as long as they were stained with a trace of it, if they did not have a strong fire control power and a strong cultivation base, they absolutely could not withstand the attack of the spirit-devouring dragon fire. Listening to Yang Chen's words, the head of the palace was also a little shy in their hearts. Before, they were too concerned about being open and above board, too concerned about the face of the sect. They always felt that the dignified Pyongyang palace could not use some means that were not on the table, so they would be chased and fled. Now the key was pointed out by a younger generation junior. The previous hundreds of years of hard work was really a matter of life and death. And the most important thing was that if they could get enough face by fighting in an upright manner and could make many people applaud, then it could be regarded as a little gain. The problem was that the enemy didn't feel that using an earthly immortal expert to oppress them was bullying the weak, and they chased them endlessly. If they continued to insist on that ridiculous method, then they would really be pedantic. Shikue and Xiasha also said these words, but the effect of what they said was completely different from what Yangqin said. In any case, everyone was waiting for the moment to kill their way into the Equal Gate sect. The Chunyang Palace in the mortal world was like the sun in the sky, especially in the last few hundred years, where had they suffered such insults. In these years, even the righteous palace master had endured enough. While Yang Chen was waiting for Longxian, Xiantian sect and Qimen sect were frantically inquiring about the whereabouts of the people in Chunyang Palace. In fact, not only these two sects, basically the sect that had a master who had ascended in the past 100 years, and the sect that could occupy a place in the spiritual world, were all frantically searching for the whereabouts of Yangqin. Qimen sect and Xiantian sect were looking for the murderer of Zhu Yixian. Of course, Xiantian sect did not dare to be too blatant and only did it secretly. On the contrary, Qimen sect, because of a vassal sect, did not have so many scruples and was looking for him with great fanfare. As for the other sect, they were all looking for Yangqin like crazy. If the questioning inner heart pill and the spirit congealing pill were ordinary medicinal pills in the spiritual world, not worth mentioning, then the longevity pill was enough to make people crazy. A mere 5th-grade alchemist was able to refine a medicinal pill that only the 9 revolutions golden pill had the medicinal effect of prolonging one's lifespan. Which sect did not want it? A small sect might be okay, but among the big sect, which sect didn't have a few masters who were at the end of their lifespan but were stuck on the bottleneck and couldn't break through? How many masters who had made great contributions to the sect could only linger on like an old man in the mortal world, quietly waiting for death? What kind of sorrow was that? This kind of thing happened once in the mortal world, and that was after Yang Chen refined the 100-year pill. Just in the 5 major Tao sect, there were more than 100 masters who took the 100-year pill to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Those were all masters who were stuck on the edge of the tribulation and couldn't break through. In the end, they relied on their cultivation to resist the heavenly tribulation. Even if they needed to spend time to polish their state of mind in the spiritual world, in the end, they still transcended the tribulation and extended their lifespan. Whether it was the 100-year pill or even the ordinary demonic bead, it might not have much effect on the human immortal masters. But the longevity pill was completely different. It could supplement the life source and increase the lifespan, so it was effective for everyone. This kind of good thing was actually in the hands of a small sect. It was really a shame for the big sect in the mortal world. Unfortunately, no matter how these people searched, Yang Chen and the people from Chunyang Palace seemed to have disappeared from the spiritual world. No one had seen them again. For a whole 6 months, Yang Chen and the others stayed in another secret place that Yang Chen found. If it wasn't for Yang Chen leading everyone to this place, even if Yang Chen dictated the map to everyone, they might not have been able to find it. In his previous life, Yang Chen had stayed here for at least 50 years, avoiding wave after wave of hunting teams. Even Long Xian came looking for him because Yang Qin sensed his aura. He only found Yang Qin after he went out. If even their own people couldn't find it, it was even more impossible for outsiders to find it. The people who were looking for it couldn't be so deliberate. On the contrary, the people of Qimin's sect didn't dare to be too ostentatious because people from other sects had appeared nearby recently. In particular, when the people from the major sect found this place, they heard that there was discord between Qimin's sect and Chunyang Palace, so they were very concerned about this matter. What made the people of Qimin's sect even more dissatisfied was that they seemed to be biased towards Chunyang Palace intentionally or unintentionally. Some people even warned and threatened them not to provoke Chunyang Palace in the future. Although they were dissatisfied, the people of Qimin's sect didn't dare to say anything. Among the experts who came to explore Chunyang Palace and Yangqin, there were even 2 experts at the Heaven Immortal realm. Even if the people of Qimin's sect had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to provoke them. 2 Heaven Immortal experts could easily destroy Qimin's sect with just a wave of their hands. Before Yang Chen ascended, the prolonging life pill was something that only the higher-ups of the major sect knew. Ordinary sect or disciples had no chance to come into contact with such a high-level secret. As for Xiantian's sect, they didn't know about the prolonging life pill at all. Even the matter of young Master Yixian and Qimin's sect suppressing Chunying Palace was done behind Xiantian's sect's back. Qimin's sect didn't know who he had provoked. However, the warnings from all sides made Qimin's sect behave a lot. At least before they found the whereabouts of the people from Chunying Palace, they were still very honest. All the disciples of the sect stayed in the mountain gate, as if they had learned their lesson. Chapter 1531. Boom! With a loud sound, Qimin's sect's mountain guarding grand array suddenly exploded as if it was hit by a terrifying cannon. A huge stone tablet fell from the sky and smashed right on top of Qimin's sect's main hall, directly smashing dozens of surrounding buildings into the ground. Blood-red inscriptions were densely distributed around the stone tablet, emitting waves of terrifying ferocious qi, as if they were alive, slowly swimming on the stone tablet. The stone tablet smashed down too suddenly, so much so that the people of Qimin's sect didn't even have time to react. At least 4 low-level human immortal disciples were smashed into the ground. Their life and death were unknown. Shrill sirens sounded crazily. In fact, there was no need for sirens, such a big movement. If there was anyone who didn't notice it, then they must be dead. Who dares to offend my Qimin sect? 2 Earth Immortal Grade 6 experts of Qimin's sect came out of nowhere, shouting loudly towards the sky. Instead of waiting for a specific answer, everyone waited for a huge, incomparable figure, as if it suddenly appeared in the sky and then fell heavily in their direction. That figure was so huge, just by looking at it, everyone could be sure that it was not smaller than 1,000 miles. Divine sense couldn't find any clues, only that it was a huge Xian tortoise. The huge figure was naturally Long Xian's body. In the mortal world, Long Xian's body was 1,000 miles in radius. After coming to the spiritual world to cultivate the Dragon Clan's cultivation method, his body shrunk a lot, but it didn't mean that he couldn't return to his original size. Such a huge body, not to mention other things, just the weight alone was enough to make countless people raise their eyebrows. At least now, there were a few pairs of incredulous eyes next to Yangqin, as if they saw something unbelievable, staring at Yangqin, dumbfounded. Naturally, those who were stunned were the elders of Chunying Palace. Gao Yugong Sunling, Ho Yin, and the old tree demon were not surprised at all. The reason why everyone was shocked was because, whether it was the stone tablet or the Xian tortoise, they were not controlled by Long Xian. They were forcibly thrown out by Yangqin. If it was only a few hundred feet, no one would say anything. The key was that their current location was 1,000 miles away from the Qimin sect's main hall. The stone tablet was naturally the merit tablet on Long Xian's back. When the merit tablet was full, even Long Xian couldn't easily move it. After coming to the spiritual world, Long Xian turned into an ordinary little tortoise and crawled slowly. After coming to the spiritual world, Long Xian could only transform into an ordinary tortoise and slowly crawl. Under normal circumstances, the merit monument could only be close to Long Xian. Even if Long Xian wanted to use it as a weapon, he could only hold it like Yang Qin. It was almost impossible to attack it. Long Xian couldn't easily, Long of Merit Tablet, so to Yang Qin couldn't move easily. For any other merit steal, Yang Chen was afraid that it would not be so easy. The problem was that the merit steal on Long Xian's body recorded his own merit, so there was no pressure on Yang Chen. If it was any other merit tablet, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to do it so easily. The problem was that Long Xian's merit tablet recorded his own merits, so Yang Chen didn't feel any pressure. Yang Chen's huge strength directly threw the black tortoise, which had a radius of 1,000 miles, into the air, and then heavily smashed into Chiman's sect. This power made several elders who had never seen Yang Chen's power simply unable to believe their eyes. How heavy was a black tortoise? To be able to throw such a black tortoise, what kind of concept was that? How strong was Yang Chen's arms? Even though they knew that Yang Chen cultivated a unique body tempering technique, they still couldn't help but be shocked when such a shocking scene happened in front of them. How did a grade 5 earthly immortal realm black tortoise feel when it smashed down? The black tortoise's body covered the entire Chiman sect's mountain entrance tightly, and the way it smashed down was like a small mountain falling from the sky, instantly smashing Chiman sect's mountain entrance into pieces. As long as a disciple of Chiman sect was within this range, no matter how fast they wouldn't be able to escape from Long Xian's smash. Other than the huge weight, there was also Long Xian's coordinated attack. The earthly immortal realm disciples were still fine, but the worldly immortal realm disciples couldn't resist it at all, and almost all of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Only a few of them were able to maintain a standing posture. The rest were all forcefully smashed into the ground, looking battered and exhausted. Luckily, the people of Chiman's sect weren't all useless. After receiving Long Xian's attack, someone immediately started to fight back. Dozens of flying swords appeared rapidly, slashing towards Long Xian's huge body. Long Xian's body instantly shrunk to about 10 feet in radius. The merit tablet also returned to Long Xian's body in time, becoming his strongest weapon. All of the flying swords that were slashing towards Long Xian struck the merit steel, giving off a loud, clanging sound. Unfortunately, even though the sound was loud, it didn't achieve any effect. There were even a few flying swords of lower grade that were chipped by the merit monument. How could a few dozen flying swords destroy the massive amount of merit? After a while, Long Xian had already found an opponent. The merit tablet suddenly became longer, waved by Long Xian's huge palm, and smashed towards the strongest earthly immortal realm master's head. Now let's split up and attack. At this time, Yang Qin finally began to make a move. More than a dozen people suddenly dispersed and flew towards the mountain gate of Chiman sect that was thousands of miles away. Such a distance, for the masters of the worldly immortal realm, was only a cup of tea time. Everyone had a tacit understanding and discussed the way to make a move on the road. Most of the people of Chiman sect were injured by Long Xian's blow just now. It was a good time to get back at them. The palace master and several elders, plus Shikuei and Xiasha, their combat effectiveness was relatively the weakest, so their task was mainly to set fire and sneak attack. Each person had dozens of spirit-devouring divine thunder in their hands. They quietly touched the past and smashed the people they saw. They were not caught. Ho Yin, the old tree demon, was the relative main force of the battle. They were all able to face the masters of the earthly immortal realm independently without falling into a disadvantageous position. Even the opponents with lower cultivation bases, in this injured situation, may only be able to drink under the hands of the two. As for Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling, they were fighting against the masters of the earthly immortal realm. No matter how powerful Longxian was, he could only deal with 1 or 2 earthly immortal realm masters at a time. The rest needed Yang Qin and the 2 women to contain them, lest they pose a threat to the palace master. At the same time, they could not let them gather together and besiege Longxian. Kill! Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade was raised high and slashed down at a guy of the earthly immortal realm. Chapter 1532. Bang! The sound of the collision between the immortal beheading saber and the opponent's flying sword was like a giant hammer hitting an anvil. The huge force carried by the immortal beheading saber directly knocked the opponent out. The opponent's flying sword did not fall well either. The part of the flying sword near the tip had been cut off by the immortal beheading saber. However, it was more appropriate to say that it was broken. Despite the blessing of Shao Tian, the immortal beheading saber, which had merged the entrance of the immortal beheading platform and the core of the demon continent, could completely cut through iron like mud, but the opponent's flying sword had been broken before the blade could completely cut through. The fracture was not as smooth as the blade had cut through, but a gap that was broken by a strong force. It was already under the pressure of Black Tortoise, and after Yang Chen's slash, the natal flying sword was directly destroyed. The opponent of the earth immortal level spurted blood wildly from his mouth, but his body was like a baseball that was hit, and he flew straight out. Unfortunately, Yang Chen's blow was not upward, so the trajectory of the baseball also became close to the earth, and it accurately rolled in the direction of Black Tortoise. The earth immortal master was in a sorry state. Under the impact of the unimaginably powerful force, his whole body was limp. Apart from remaining awake and feeling his body rolling over a series of ground at high speed, it was impossible for him to make any other movements. The blood spurted along the way had marked the trajectory of his rolling very clearly. Even though he had rolled to the side of Black Tortoise, his speed still did not slow down much. The body of the Earth Immortal Master was about to use the inertia of Yang Chen's hit to continue to move away from the other side of Black Tortoise, but a stone tablet accurately hit his body that was still moving at high speed. Boom! The stone tablet fell to the ground, and under the stone tablet, several splatters of flesh and blood directly spurted out. Subsequently, the huge stone tablet was pulled up again, stained with a pile of sticky meat sauce, and waved towards another master. Die, thief! Behind Yang Qin, someone suddenly shouted. Following the shout, a gust of wind attacked Yang Chen's back. Behind Yang Qin, Gong Sunling had been following. At this time, without saying anything, she directly opened her small hand, and the mountain river geographical map formation was launched. Thousands of illusory and lifelike figures attacked the owner of the voice. Everything seemed very illusory. Even Gong Sunling's opponent thought so. In the face of such an attack, the opponent simply mobilized his protective magic treasure, intending to resist it head-on and then counterattack. However, things didn't go as he wished. When all the attacks overlapped and suddenly neared him, only then did he realize that something was wrong. All of a sudden, the illusory shadows turned into reality. Thousands of attacks struck the same spot on the protective magic treasure of this Earth Immortal expert at almost the same time. The attack did not seem strong enough. At best, it was at the level of a human immortal. If that was the case, it would not be enough to destroy the protective magic treasure of the Earth Immortal expert, nor would it be enough to cause harm to him. What was unexpected was that although the Earth Immortal expert felt that the attack was only at the level of a human immortal, the number of attacks was not 1, but more than 1,000. It seemed that the attacks hit the same spot at the same time, but in fact there was a subtle difference. Each attack was slightly staggered, so the attack formed 1,000 people combo. The sound that came from the protective magic treasure was only a long sound, but the Earth Immortal expert had continuously withstood more than 1,000 attacks. Even though his cultivation was much stronger than each of the experts who participated in the attack, the effect of more than 1,000 continuous attacks was more powerful than a simultaneous attack. The protective magic treasure that was attacked could only withstand less than 500 attacks before it shattered. The following attacks landed solidly on the body of the Earth Immortal expert. All the protective magic treasures dissipated in a series of dense attacks, and the last more than 100 attacks directly affected his internal organs. How could the fragile internal organs withstand the attacks of more than 100 human immortal experts? He was immediately seriously injured. The Earth Immortal expert spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. He did not even have time to command his flying sword. How could Gong Sunling allow him to retreat so easily? After the attack of more than 1,000 people, she launched a more powerful attack with the geographical map of mountains and rivers. The protective magic treasure of the Earth Immortal expert's body had been broken before, and he had long lost the ability to resist. Gong Sunling's punch landed heavily on his chest. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. The Earth Immortal expert was scared out of his wits. He, who had always been arrogant, did not expect that a woman who looked like she was only at the first or second stage of the human immortal realm could launch such a terrifying attack. At this time, there was no other way but to retreat quickly. Unfortunately, it was a little too late to think of this. Just as he spat out the second mouthful of blood, a blood-red flying sword seemed to be attracted by some delicious food and flew quickly towards the blood he spat out. All the blood was attracted by the blood-red flying sword when it was still a few feet away, and gathered towards the flying sword out of thin air. As soon as the blood touched the flying sword, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was absorbed by the flying sword. This was not the end. After the blood-red flying sword absorbed the blood he spat out, it did not stop and directly rushed towards his mouth, which was still spitting out blood. Chi! A slight sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh was heard. The Earth Immortal expert suddenly stopped moving, and his whole body was frozen in the air. His whole body quickly turned pale. After a pause, he collapsed to the ground softly and no longer breathed. The blood-red flying sword flew out directly from the back of the Earth Immortal expert's head. The blood-red light all over his body shone brightly, releasing a heart-palpitating aura, which immediately attracted the attention of all the people around. A flying sword refined by the blood phantom vine. There were many experienced and knowledgeable masters in the spiritual realm. Almost at a glance, someone recognized the origin of the blood-red flying sword. Then, seeing the miserable state of his companion, he immediately rebuked in a righteous manner, "Who are you? How could you refine such a vicious flying sword?" The blood-red flying sword just paused in the air for a moment, and then flew towards Yang Qin and disappeared into the immortal chopping saber in the blink of an eye. Yang Qin didn't pay attention to the guy who shouted angrily. He spoke as if he was a gentleman. This kind of person was not worth paying attention to. If he wanted to care about it, he should care about how long it would take for the blood phantom vine flying sword to be close to the advanced level after absorbing the blood of the Earth Immortal expert. "Evil creature, you are so evil. I can't let you live." When the other party saw Yang Chen's attitude, he was even more furious. He shouted at Yang Chen, and then a flame rushed out of his fingers and instantly surrounded Yang Chen. Chapter 1533. Playing with fire against their own husband? Gao Yu and Gong Sunling almost laughed until their stomachs hurt. Unfortunately, they were still fighting and could not afford to be so distracted. However, the two women completely let go of their worries, and each found an opponent and began to entangle with him. Anyway, there was Black Tortoise to deal with the master as long as it bought him time. The flames surrounded Yang Chen almost without any hindrance. Under the control of the Earth Immortal Master, it began to burn. He was really angry. Not only did he want Yang Chen's life, but he also wanted to completely destroy Yang Chen's vicious flying sword made from the blood demon vine. True sun fire? Yang Chen himself almost laughed out loud. The flame used by the other party to attack him turned out to be the true sun fire of his previous life. Not to mention that Yang Chen had refined the yin-yang heaven-burning fire in the mortal world in this life. Even in his previous life, it was impossible to hurt him with the true sun fire. You know what's good for you. Unfortunately, your heart is vicious. You can't be left alive. The other party seemed to appreciate Yang Chen's ability to recognize the true sun fire, but the words in his mouth were still unusually righteous, as if Yang Chen was really a heinous villain. Yang Chen never thought that there would be such a superb product in Chimen sect. Originally, he was going to kill them, but he still wanted to put on a posture of standing on the moral high ground. He really didn't know how he got along in the spiritual world for so many years. It seemed that sometimes it could save a lot of trouble to rely on a big sect. Since it's playing with fire, let's play with each other. Yang Chen also seemed to be interested. He put away the immortal beheading saber, and a fire dragon appeared in each of his hands, one black and one white, and rushed to the earth immortal master who was playing with fire not far away. As soon as the two fire dragons left his hands, they were like two real living things, hovering and dancing. The true sun fire burning around Yang Chen was directly penetrated by the two fire dragons. By the time the dragon head reached the side of the earthly immortal expert, the dragon tail had already absorbed and counteracted the solar quintessence fire. There was no longer any flame beside Yang Chen. There were no burn marks on Yang Chen's body, not even a single burn mark. He looked exactly the same as before. That large flame seemed to only form a flame cover for Yang Chen. It didn't touch Yang Chen's body at all. Not many. The fire experts on the other side were not as skilled as Yang Chen. When he saw the black and white fire dragons, he realized that he had encountered a real fire expert. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not dig out any memories of the black and white fire dragons from his mind. What kind of fire seeds were these? Fire experts boasted that they had played with fire for thousands of years, yet they didn't even know the names of these two fire seeds. Instinctively, he sensed danger, but it was too late. The two fire dragons were like maggots on a tarsal bone, following closely behind the fire expert. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the two fire dragons from entangling him. As soon as the black and white fire dragons touched his body, he could no longer suppress the pain and let out a scream. Everyone in the surroundings was attracted by his screams, and then they saw a scene that made people shudder. From the 7 apertures of the earthly immortal expert, his natal fire seed, the true sun fire was madly spewing out. However, at this time, the true sun fire was no longer the natal fire seed that he could control like a finger, but had become a life-reaping impermanence. A few earth immortals from Chimen's sect watched helplessly as a familiar expert of fire was surrounded by his own natal fire seed. Bit by bit, his companion was burned into charcoal. In the end, not even the charcoal was left, as his companion was turned into ashes. When the wind caused by the battle blew, the remaining ashes couldn't be kept and were blown away. How was this possible? The dead companion was a fire attribute expert. After absorbing the 5th grade true sun fire, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Once his fire seed was used in battle, he wouldn't dare to say that he would win every battle, but 9 out of 10 times he would have the upper hand. But now the fire expert, who had always been the pride of his companions, was burned by his own natal fire seed in front of him, not even leaving a handful of ashes. Who was his opponent? He was obviously just a human immortal junior. How could he be so terrifying? Chunyang Palace has come to seek justice. Die. After killing the master, who played with fire, Yang Chen stood in the same place and shouted at the Chimen sect masters who were bewildered. As soon as they heard that it was the people of Chunyang Palace, the people of Chimen sect suddenly became angry. Once upon a time, the little mice of the Pure Yang Palace were chased by the people of their own sect like stray dogs. If young Master Yi Xian didn't let them kill them, they would have already killed them all. They even dared to take the initiative to come to the door. This was also good. After killing these guys, he would take their bodies to the Xiantian sect to report. These guys were so bold that they dared to kill young Master Yi Xian. This time, even if they had the protection of the Heavenly Emperor, they would still die. There was a burst of explosion in the distance. The sect master of Chimin sect was here. When he heard the movement over there, a sneer appeared on his face. "Humph! Are you planning to create a diversion?" With a wave of his hand, several human immortal disciples present immediately rushed out and flew in the direction of the movement. The most powerful expert of Chunying Palace was the black tortoise in front of him. Except for him, the others were at the level of human immortal. He didn't know what despicable means these 3 little guys used to kill his 3 Earth immortal experts, but it was the end of it. Did they really think that a few human immortal ants and a 5th grade Earth immortal black tortoise could show off in Chimin sect? Several Earth immortal experts shouted angrily and flew up, pouncing towards Yang Qin and Gao Yugong Sunling. In just a moment, 3 of their companions had died. The 2 disciples with the highest cultivation were still restraining the terrifying black tortoise. For the time being, they seemed to be evenly matched. Everyone together, as long as they killed these 3 small fries first, then they would swarm up to kill the black tortoise and stew it into soup. With the other party like this, Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were no longer as relaxed as before. The pressure brought by so many Earth Immortal experts was not something that they could fight evenly with their current cultivation and Gao Yu's Emperor's Qi. The 3 of them could only rely on each other and try to protect themselves. The attacks of Chimin's sect were getting stronger and stronger. Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were like 3 small boats in a stormy sea. With the ups and downs of the waves, it seemed that they would capsize in the next moment. However, no matter how the experts of Qi Men's sect attacked, even if their magic weapons had fallen on the 3 of them, they would be blocked by more than 100 sword Qi or the shadow of a big bell that suddenly appeared. They could not hurt the 3 of them at all. Chapter 1534. It looked like they would be able to take down the 3 of them with just a little more effort. But no matter how hard the surrounding people tried, Yang Chen's group of 3 maintained a posture of being unable to hold on any longer. They maintained a situation where they were barely able to stand. Long Xian was still fighting with 2 grade 6 Earth Immortal experts. It had to be said that no matter how strong Long Xian's combat strength was, he still couldn't break the situation when it was 2 against 1 against 2 guys who were obviously stronger than him. Especially when these 2 guys had realized that as long as they could hold on until their companions came to help, they would be able to win. They were even more unhurried in fighting with Long Xian and refused to fight with their lives on the line. Under such circumstances, it was simply impossible to expect the battle to end in a short period of time. Fortunately, Long Xian was already aware of this, and Yang Chen had discussed this possibility with him on the way. The overall strength of Chimin's sect far exceeded that of Chunying Palace, so they didn't need to use some short-sighted methods. According to the plan, Long Xian and the 2 experts were fighting closer and closer to Yang Chen's side. Long Xian led them to a place within a mile of Yang Chen without leaving a trace. Now, Yang Chen saw this opportunity and suddenly launched 2 seemingly substantial spiritual sense attacks towards the 2 Earth Immortal experts who were fighting with Long Xian. With such a close distance for Yang Chen's spiritual sense, which was already at the grade 5 Earth Immortal realm, this level of attack almost instantly reached the 2 of them. The spiritual sense attacks seemed substantial, but in fact, they were invisible and formless. They instantly pierced into the 2's sea of consciousness. In addition to Yang Chen's condensed spiritual sense, the spiritual sense attacks also contain the aura of 2 blood-colored long rivers. As soon as they entered the 2's sea of consciousness, the bodies of the 2 grade 6 Earth Immortal experts shook. Monstrous killing intent directly detonated in their sea of consciousness. Let alone 2 grade 6 Earth Immortal experts. Even a perfected Golden Immortal would be unable to resist the invasion of this level of killing intent. The 2 earthly immortal experts suddenly froze on the spot, their faces filled with terror. By the time they struggled to break free from the attack of the killing intent, they realized that they were still in the middle of a battle and could not afford to be distracted. Everything was already too late. Bang! Bang! The enormous merit steel accurately smashed onto the heads of the two rank 6 earthly immortal experts, and it directly smashed their heads into two shattered bloody gourds. The last thought that flashed through the minds of these two grade 6 earth immortal experts was regret. They regretted being distracted in the middle of a battle. The commotion here had frightened many people. Two of the earthly immortal experts who surrounded Yang Qin and the other two almost fell to the ground. The two strongest elders of the sect had died just like that. It was simply inconceivable. However, it was already too late for them to escape. Yang Chen's group of 3, who had been bitterly holding on as though they were about to fall at any moment, suddenly erupted with a powerful combat power, as though they had received divine assistance. The trio's attacks were all lethal, forcing the spectators to give up on the thought of fleeing and do their best to block the trio's attacks. With such entanglement, even if these guys wanted to escape, they couldn't do anything. Long Xian took care of the two strongest experts and turned around to deal with a few guys with lower cultivation base than him. The smoothness of his moves was unimaginable. The huge steel was only waved a few times, and each time an Earth Immortal expert of the Qimeng sect was smashed into broken bones. Yang Chen and Gao Yu Gong Sunling would not be soft-hearted and immediately followed up with another knife. After another half an incense stick of time, apart from Yang Qin, Gao Yu Gong Sunling and Long Xian, there was no one else alive. Dozens of miles away, the spirit-devouring dragon fire was burning fiercely. It was a strange flame that would erupt after it was contaminated with a person's body. After burning, the burned person would not turn into flying ash, but would be very complete, but there would be no more life. The palace master and the others learned their lesson and used the spirit-devouring divine thunder without scruples. Ho Yin and the old tree demon also had outstanding results. Without the shackles and worries, they broke out with a heinous combat power. The guys who fought with them did not escape alive. The human immortal disciples of the Qimeng sect were injured by Long Xian at the beginning. With their injuries, how could they be the opponents of the Chunyang Palace team? In particular, this time the head of the palace and the others did not fight with them in the open at all. They came up with a few spirit-devouring dragon fires. As long as they did not escape in time, they would never be able to get rid of it until they died. A few lucky guys who escaped the spirit-devouring dragon fire still had to face the attacks of Ho Yin and the old tree demon. Ho Yin, who could turn the river, could now not fall into a disadvantageous position even if he met a 10th grade human immortal master. How could the injured disciples of the Qimeng sect be his opponent? When Yang Chen and the palace master met up, there was no one alive in the mountain gate of the Qimeng sect. All of them were executed. So easy. The palace master was still in a dream. With Yang Qin, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Long Xian, there were a total of 14 people in the Chunyang Palace. 13 human immortals who had ascended for more than 200 years, plus Long Xian, who was a 5th grade Earth immortal. They actually killed the hundreds of people of the Qimeng sect. It must be known that the Qimeng sect had 2 masters of the 6th grade Earth immortal, as well as more than a dozen disciples of the Earth immortal level, and hundreds of human immortal masters. This battle seemed to be too easy, so easy that the palace master couldn't believe it. Before Yang Chen had ascended, the 10 people of the Chunyang Palace were chased and fled in panic, and even 2 hiding places could not be kept. When Yang Chen came, it actually had such an effect. People couldn't help but sigh that the younger generation of their own sect was really extraordinary. This site is ours. Master Ancestor Wang Yong laughed happily, and the depression of being chased before was swept away. No matter who it was, after being chased for 200 years, he would be so happy to destroy the other party. From today on, this is the site of my Chunyang Palace. Several other people were also happy. In the past, they had no fixed residence, and now they finally had a place to stay. They believed that after other forces knew that the Qimeng sect had been destroyed, they would definitely look at the Chunyang Palace with new eyes. This site was already firmly in the hands of the Chunying Palace. In fact, this is not a good place. Yang Chen's voice seemed incompatible with the atmosphere of the crowd. At best, it is a temporary foothold. After a while, this disciple will find another site and build the Chunying Palace. After a while, the palace master keenly grasped the information revealed in Yang Chen's words and asked curiously, "What will happen during this time?" Chapter 1535. There will be a group of people who will come to ask for medicine, and then owe us a few big favors. Yang Chen replied with a smile, and did not hide it at all. Then we will use these favors to exchange for a really good place. You handle this matter. It was rare for the master of the palace to be free and not have to worry about it himself. He immediately became a shopkeeper. I have been in a panic all these years. It is rare to enjoy a few days. Hurry up and get something delicious to drink. Let's celebrate. Since the master of the palace had spoken, Yang Chen would certainly do it. These years have indeed been hard on these elders. Even in the 6 months after the rendezvous with Yang Chen, everyone was in a state of fear. How could they be in the mood to enjoy it? That is, now that Yang Chen led everyone to destroy the Chiman sect, it proved that everyone could successfully stand their ground. So there was a little relaxation. The Dragon Palace was directly moved out and turned into a group of palaces. Anyway, now all the disciples of the Chunying Palace added up, including Long Xian. There were only 14. The Dragon Palace was enough to arrange for everyone. As long as Yang Chen paid a little attention, he would not let the elders see some sensitive things. The master of the palace and the elders enjoyed the luxurious room prepared by Yang Chen, the food and wine. This was the filial piety of their own disciples. There was nothing that they could not afford. The depression of many years was swept away. Everyone seemed a little excited. The best 1,000-year-old jade dragon wine was almost endless. Except for Yang Chen's family of 3, the other elders were drunk. The 12 Penglai divine wood monsters also appeared in the Dragon Palace. They did not participate in the battle this time, but arranged the 12 Yuan Qin sea suppression formation with their bodies in the Dragon Palace, according to the position. All the exits of the spiritual veins in the Chiman sect's territory were all concentrated in the Dragon Palace to absorb spiritual power at any time. After Yang Chen sacrificed the Dragon Palace, Xiao Tian placed the Dragon Tower in its original position. Long Xian, this guy, because of his relationship with Yang Chen and his contribution this time, Xiao Tian deliberately allowed him to enter the 2nd floor of the Dragon Tower, where there was a higher-level secret cultivation method of the Dragon Clan. Long Xian was the main force this time and had contributed a lot. His contribution was huge. In addition to the reward of Xiao Tian, Yang Chen did not forget to give him more benefits. Long before Long Xian ascended in the mortal world, Yang Chen had already transferred enough merit points into Long Xian's merit steel. As a result, Long Xian's merit steel was already filled to the brim when he was in the mortal world. The first to ascend was Long Xian. Over the years, Long Xian's cultivation had improved by a small realm. Speaking of which, the current merit monument was no longer full. There was still some room left. For Swanyi, the more merit he carried, the more effort it would take, but it would also be more beneficial to his cultivation. The merit steel would also be more powerful. In the same way, the more merits recorded in the merit steel, the more merits Yang Chen would not disappear. Yang Chen didn't dare to say much about other things, but his merit points were definitely more than a few immeasurable ones. This time, the reward for Long Xian was to make his merit monument full again. After experiencing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, he was promoted to a small realm. When Yang Chen transferred the merit points, he made a rough calculation. The merit points that Long Xian's merit monument could carry had increased by 100 times. Yang Chen didn't say anything. He madly transferred 100 Gai of merit points. He was not stingy. This was something that was good for himself and Long Xian. Yang Chen couldn't wait for Long Xian to carry more merit points. Speaking of which, Yang Chen's cultivation had also improved a lot compared to the past. After the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, Yang Chen's speed of transferring merit points to the merit monument had also increased by 1,000 times. Originally, when he was in the nascent soul realm, it would take a long time to transfer merit points. Now, it only took a few days to complete. Here, the elders of Chunying Palace were relaxed and drunk. Yang Chen was transferring merit points to Longxian. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were not idle. They had already begun to manage the affairs of the sect. With such a big movement on the side of Chimen sect, it was impossible not to alarm others. Soon, someone came to investigate what was going on. Then, the people who rushed over were shocked to find that the original territory of Chimen sect had now been replaced by a brand new palace. The name had also been changed to Chunying Palace. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were responsible for receiving the people from all sides. Only then did everyone know what had happened. In just a few days, the Pure Yang Palace had already destroyed the Chi Men sect and occupied the territory of the Chi Men sect. This news made countless people in the sect stunned. How was this possible? Chunying Palace counted the people who had ascended. There were at most 13 people, all of whom were human immortals. How could they destroy Chimen's sect, which had 2 experts of the 6th level of the Earth immortal realm? However, doubts were doubts. The facts were in front of them. No one from Chimen's sect was seen, and Chunying Palace occupied the mountain gate of Chimen's sect. Wasn't this enough to explain what happened? Many people in the sect were looking for the people of Chunying Palace openly and secretly. Suddenly, they found that the people of Chunying Palace appeared here. Many people were overjoyed. Since Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were here, presumably Yang Chen would not be far away. Immediately, someone quickly informed the sect that the whereabouts of Yang Chen, Master Yang, had been found. The news was like a prairie fire, spreading rapidly. Suddenly, many people in the spiritual world began to think about how to face Yang Chen. The elders of Chunying Palace finally woke up completely after a drunken night. This drunkenness also swept away their hundreds of years of depression. Their minds were clear, their mood was cheerful, and their cultivation base was more or less improved. According to the intention of the palace master, he originally planned to open the ancestral hall here and establish the mountain gate. However, since Yang Chen said that this was only a temporary location, the palace master also dispelled this idea. He only regarded this place as a transition and began to prepare for the establishment of some sects in advance. Just when everyone started to get busy, the temporary Chunying Palace finally ushered in the first group of distinguished guests. The reason why it was distinguished was that among the guests who came to the door, there were 4 masters of the Heaven Immortal level, ranging from the 4th level of the Heaven Immortal to the 10th level of the Heaven Immortal. Even if he had been psychologically prepared that someone would definitely come to the door to discuss the longevity pill, the palace master did not think that there would be 4 masters of Heaven Immortal. Even if he was also the master of a sect, when facing a supermaster who surpassed 2 realms, the palace master was unspeakably nervous. In the end, the strongest master that the palace master had ever seen was only Longxian of the 5th level of the Earth Immortal. Chunying Palace was in decline before, and there was no powerful predecessor to guide them in the spiritual world. It was normal for their limited knowledge to be a normal thing. A few of us came abruptly. Please don't blame us. Sect Master he. Fortunately, several Heaven Immortal Masters were very particular. Even in the face of the absolute younger generation of the Palace Master, they were very respectful. We are here to ask Master Yang about the longevity pill. Chapter 1536. The 4 Fairy Immortal Masters who came to visit were from the 4 great sect of Dao sects. At the same time, they were also the 4 great sect of Chunying Palace in the mortal world: Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud sect, Qinquan sect, and 5 Elements sect. Whether it was out of respect for the Fairy Immortal Masters or the relationship with the 4 great sect, it was necessary for Yang Qin to personally explain. Although he had just destroyed the prestige of the Qi Men sect, when Yang Qin faced the 4 fairy immortal masters, he was still full of courtesy, which also made the palace master, who was originally on tenterhooks, secretly relieved. This disciple of his own family was really worry-free. It may be the instructions of their respective sect. Similarly, in front of Yang Qin, the 4 fairy immortal masters did not put on the airs of a senior at all. They were very kind and asked Yang Qin about the effect of the longevity pill. Speaking of it, even if there was an example of Elder Zhou of the Yin-Yang demon school in the mortal world, after all, that was a matter of the mortal world. Even if Elder Zhou was already a 7th grade human immortal at that time, without crossing the tribulation, he was at best a quasi-human immortal master. It could work in the mortal world, but it did not necessarily work in the spiritual world. What everyone wanted to know most was whether the longevity pill refined by Yang Qin could be effective for the real masters of the spiritual world. In this case, it was impossible to convince people just by relying on Yang Qin's eloquence to say how good his longevity pill was. The only way was to have a master of the spiritual world personally take it to confirm its effectiveness, and it was best to be a master who was at the end of his lifespan. Grandmaster Yang, this matter is of great importance. Please forgive us for being presumptuous. In the face of Yang Qin, the 4 fairy immortal masters have always been polite, and they also called Yang Qin Grandmaster. They did not despise Yang Qin because he had just ascended. Grandmaster Yang, can you give us a longevity pill? We would be grateful. In fact, the 4 fairy immortal masters who came to visit were all at the end of their lifespan. Because of the limitations of their respective qualifications, being able to cultivate to their current level was already the limit. If not for Yang Qin's appearance, they could only watch as their lifespans ran out, closing their eyes and waiting for death, suddenly hearing that the mortal world's Tier 5 pill refinement master, Yang Qin, had refined the prolonging life pill. The excitement in the hearts of the 4 could be imagined. In fact, it was not just the 4 of them. Almost all the powerhouses in the spiritual realm who were facing the same predicament basically had the same mentality. They were like drowning people who suddenly grabbed onto a straw, and they would not let go of it easily even if they died. The 4 of them were in such a state of mind. On one hand, they were glad that they had managed to obtain the prolonging life pill. But on the other hand, they were worried that the prolonging life pill would be ineffective. This kind of contradictory mentality filled their hearts, and they would no longer be able to continue cultivating. Hearing that the disciples of the sect reported that they had found the whereabouts of the Chunying Palace, they immediately reported it to the sect and then came to find him. Even the major sect members were in a dubious state at the moment. Even though their ascended disciples swore that it was the truth, they didn't dare to fully believe it. The safest way was to have someone personally test the medicine. Yang Qin also understood this truth. If he didn't come up with something real, it would be impossible to make everyone believe it. However, Yang Qin was open-minded. In business, he naturally had to let people buy happily and happily. Moreover, Yang Qin's medicinal pills had always been honest with the old and the young. Of course, he couldn't ruin his own reputation. This junior has a prolonging life pill here. I don't know which senior is willing to work hard and verify it for this junior. This junior will be grateful. With a grateful smile on his face, Yang Qin took out a jade bottle and gently put it on the table. He said sincerely, needless to say, this jade bottle contained the prolonging life pill refined by Yang Qin. The 4 fairy immortal masters knew that Yang Qin would definitely take out the prolonging life pill for them to experience. But when it came to the matter, the 4 of them were a little hesitant. It was not easy to have hope. Once the illusion was shattered, wouldn't it be worse? For a moment, no one spoke. They just quietly stared at the light of expectation that shot out from the jade bottle, but no one made a move. Well, this old man doesn't have much time left. Grandmaster Yang, this old man is not talented, but I am willing to test the medicine for Grandmaster Yang. In the end, it was Elder Lu, who had the highest cultivation of the 5 Elements sect, who made the first decision. She stood up and took the jade bottle in her hand. At this moment, Elder Lu's face showed a kind of understanding that saw through life and death. Success was good. Failure was also free and easy. Since she had cultivated to this point, whether she succeeded or not, it was up to heaven. When the other 3 fairy immortals saw that Elder Lu had taken the jade bottle, their faces showed a kind of relief after making a decision. For the time being, they were not as free and easy as Elder Lu. They could see clearly, but their hearts were still full of expectation and disappointment, so they did not dare to test it themselves. Since it was a test, it was naturally the best to do it in public. The people of Chunyang Palace had already prepared the cushions. Yang Chen respectfully invited Elder Lu to take a seat and prepare to take the medicine. The other guests, including the 3 fairy immortals, sat around them, so they could observe the process of the pill taking effect at a close distance. A round pill was poured out from the jade bottle, and Elder Lu's eyes lit up. The 4 clear dragon patterns on the pill were unusually eye-catching. This was a longevity-extending pill concocted by 4th Revolution, which was 1 more revolution than the longevity-extending pill that Elder Zhou had taken. Everyone's eyes were focused on the pill in Elder Lu's hand. The breathing of the fairy immortals became much rougher, and they did not have the calmness of a fairy immortal at all. However, the others were not much better than the 3 experts. Under their scorching eyes, all of them were hopeful about this pill. Elder Lu no longer hesitated. She closed her eyes and put the pill into her mouth. Whether she lived or died would depend on the effect of this pill. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it directly turned into a warm current, entering Elder Lu's abdomen, and then flowed throughout her body. Wherever this warm current flowed through, Elder Lu's whole body seemed to be bathed in the most mellow wine, and he was extremely intoxicated. A fairy immortal was indeed a fairy immortal. This comfortable feeling only made him intoxicated for a moment, and he quickly sobered up. He knew what he had to do now. He immediately calmed his mind and began to concentrate on refining the pill's efficacy, quickly entering a meditative state. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed, but there was not the slightest change in Elder Lu. At this time, the onlookers began to feel a little disappointed. It was said that when Elder Zhou of Yin Yang Demon School took the pill on the spot, it immediately took effect. How could there be no change after more than 2 hours? It seemed that this longevity-extending pill was only useful for juniors in the mortal world, and not for experts in the spiritual world. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Elder Lu was still in the same state. Everyone who had been waiting anxiously could no longer conceal the disappointment on their faces, and they began to shake their heads. At this moment, someone exclaimed, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted. Chapter 1537. Elder Lu, who looked old and clumsy earlier, was still sitting on the cattail hassock without moving. However, the area closest to the roots of his white hair suddenly showed a little greenish-black. Everyone present was an expert. Everyone had engraved Elder Lu's appearance in their hearts. Everyone could swear that this greenish-black color wasn't like this before. Elder Lu's hair had already turned pure white. It was impossible for greenish-black color to appear. Everyone's heart, which had just fallen into the abyss, was now pulled back bit by bit. The eyes that were staring at Elder Lu also began to emit light. Everyone was extremely excited as they looked at Elder Lu. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that the slightest movement would disturb Elder Lu's absorption of the elixir. The roots of Elder Lu's hair had slowly turned from greenish-black to pure black. His hair had also grown a little. The newly grown hair was less than half a finger's length, but it was already an exciting black color. It wasn't just his hair. Even his snow-white eyebrows had changed at this time. They had also turned black and white, which looked very comical. However, no one present found it funny. Apart from being excited, They didn't have any other feelings. His loose skin seemed to have a little more color. It tightened bit by bit, and the fine wrinkles on it seemed to disappear silently. The specks of age spots on his skin were slowly fading. Everything was happening in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, no one would think that Elder Lu had been absorbing the elixir for a long time. Everyone just wanted to see the changes that were happening to Elder Lu's body bit by bit, for fear of missing even the slightest bit. No one was absolutely sure that they would definitely not face this day. Therefore, this matter concerned everyone's life and death. Everyone, including themselves, was completely focused and didn't dare to slack off. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Elder Lu's appearance gradually became younger. The wrinkles on his face slowly smoothed out. His skin also gained luster. His hair turned black from the roots. Everything indicated that the prolonging life pill was playing a significant role. Unknowingly, Elder Lu had changed from an old man to a middle-aged man. Although she hadn't reached the peak of a young man's appearance, this change was enough to make people extremely happy. No one noticed that at least 2 days had passed quietly. Everyone was focused on the changes in Elder Lu, and no one paid attention to the passage of time. Elder Lu finally let out a long breath, finished refining the medicinal power, and opened her eyes. Even without a mirror, Elder Lu could feel that her body was full of strength. This was a kind of vitality. Although she dared not say that it was comparable to when she was at her peak, she was no longer at the stage where she closed her eyes and waited for death. According to Elder Lu's own conservative estimate, this 4 revolutions life-prolonging pill had increased her lifespan by at least 500 years. 500 years might be enough for Elder Lu to break through the bottleneck of 10th tier heaven immortal, transcend the tribulation, and ascend to the immortal world. This was not giving Elder Lu 500 years of lifespan. It was clearly giving Elder Lu another life. Elder Lu's current appearance was really a little funny. His hair was half black and half white, and so were his eyebrows. His beard had also become 2 distinct colors. However, no one would laugh at Elder Lu's appearance. Everyone only felt envy from the bottom of their hearts. "I can't thank you enough." Elder Lu stood up and bowed to Yang Qin without saying a word. "Grandmaster Yang, if you have any errands in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Even if I ascend to the immortal world, the 5 elements sect will repay this favor, Grandmaster Yang." His words were resolute, and no one doubted his sincerity. As soon as these words came out, the people around couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The promise of Elder Lu, who was a 10th tier heaven immortal, could almost be said to have left a great backer for Yang Qin and Chunying Palace. Not to mention the Chiman sect, which had been destroyed. Even a sect 10 times larger than the Chiman sect would not dare to have any crooked ideas against Yang Qin and Chunying Palace. This was just a favor from Elder Lu alone. It should be known that there were countless experts in the spiritual world who were in the same situation as Elder Lu. So many experts had received a favor from Yang Qin, which was terrifying to think about. Fortunately, it was said that the materials for refining the prolonging pill were limited, and it was impossible to have an unlimited supply. This made some people who were secretly vigilant feel a little relieved. No matter how much favor Chunying Palace offered, it was only that much, and it would not become a serious problem. Aside from this, Yang Chen's prolonging pill was simply the best that everyone dreamed of. There was no 9th tier alchemist in the spiritual world, so naturally it was impossible to have the 9 cycles golden pill. Although the effect of the prolonging pill was not as good as the 9 cycles golden pill, which could add thousands of years to one's lifespan, hundreds of years were really hard to come by. This was only the 4 cycles prolonging pill. If Yang Chen's alchemy level was improved, how much lifespan could the 5 cycles and 6 cycles prolonging pill add? Thinking of this, people were eager to have a relationship with Master Yang now and ask for the elixir. Unfortunately, this idea was not realistic enough, and they did not have such a friendship. Yang Chen had already proved that his prolonging pill was effective, so how could he easily take it out? It was estimated that this time the newly ascended disciples of each sect would be blessed. If they had a relationship with Yang Chen, they would definitely be put in an important position in the sect. Which sect did not want to have a few prolonging pills? Even if no one was using it now, couldn't they store a few as backup? Countless people began to think about how to build a relationship with Chunying Palace. At the same time, the other 3 fairy immortals who came to visit with Elder Lu did not know what to do at the moment. They came to verify whether the prolonging pill was effective. But after seeing the effect of the prolonging pill with their own eyes, these fairy immortals could not help but be tempted. They wanted to ask Yang Chen for one, but they did not have such a friendship, so they could not speak up. It was very difficult. However, Yang Chen was very good at dealing with people, especially these elders of his wives and concubines who had just arrived in the spiritual world. No matter how outstanding they were in the mortal world, when they came to the spiritual world, they were still juniors in the face of a large group of elders in the sect. They had to bow their heads when it was time. Wasn't this a good opportunity for them to show their faces? Seniors, you are the elders of my wives and concubines in the sect. My family has just arrived, so please take care of us. Yang Chen respectfully took out 3 jade bottles and handed them to the 3 fairy immortals. This is a little bit of filial piety from this junior to the elders on behalf of my family. Please accept it. This junior is very grateful. As soon as these words came out, these fairy immortals immediately gained face. Not only did they not have to speak up, but Yang Chen had completely put on a filial piety posture on behalf of his wives and concubines. They did not have to pretend to refuse, which made them feel very comfortable. Chapter 1538. Needless to say, the people who saw this scene also knew that Yang Chen's wives and concubines in the sect would definitely receive the best care. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that they could have a direct relationship with Master Yang was enough to make all the major sect crazily support them. Yang Chen said it casually, it was just the filial piety of a junior to an elder. However, which fairy immortal expert present could accept this kind of filial piety with a clear conscience? His wives and concubines were originally the disciples of the sect. Even if they took care of them, it would just be the icing on the cake. Elder Lu had said that she would not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. If the 3 of them simply took care of Yang Chen's wives and concubines, who were also disciples of the sect, it would make people laugh their teeth off. As fairy immortal elders, how could they do such a tasteless thing? Therefore, the 3 fairy immortal elders also took turns to express that if Yang Chen had any difficulties, he could come to them and they would never refuse. In the face of the 4 fairy immortal experts who extended a stick to him, Yang Chen almost did not hesitate to immediately answer, "This junior has a difficult matter, and I want to ask the seniors to help me coordinate. Please take care of me." The 4 of them were stunned. Although they had planned to repay Yang Chen, they did not expect that Yang Chen's request would come so quickly. But this was also good. 6 months of debt could be paid quickly. As long as it was paid, it was not bad to be debt-free. The 4 of them nodded one after another. The others also wanted to hear what Yang Chen's request was, and also wanted to have one more reference when they asked for elixirs in the future. Unfortunately, Yang Chen did not give them this opportunity. Some things could only be said to the parties involved, but it was not convenient to make it public. Several fairy immortal experts and Yang Chen entered the back hall of Chunying Palace together to discuss, and the rest of the people could only watch them leave. They were very reluctant, but there was nothing they could do. Speaking of which, the people who came to Chunying Palace this time had basically achieved their goals. They found Chunying Palace, met Yang Chen, and saw the prolongation elixir. More importantly, Elder Lu personally tested the elixir and confirmed its efficacy. If a 5th-grade alchemist was not worth mentioning in the spiritual world, then Yang Chen, a 5th-grade alchemist, was definitely an exception. How many Tier 7 pill masters could only look at Yang Chen's prolonging life pill and drool, but they simply did not know how to refine it. The news spread like wildfire as everyone left. Yang Chen's life prolonging pill was really effective. Elder Lu of the 5-Element sect, who was a 10th tier heaven immortal, only took a few days to recover from an old man's appearance to that of a middle-aged man. It seemed like her cultivation base and state of mind had also improved. There was no more convincing example than this. If anyone didn't believe it, they could go and confront Elder Lu of the 5-Element sect. The legend of Yang Chen in the mortal world also began to slowly spread in the spiritual world. For some of the elixirs that Yang Chen refined in the mortal world, including inner sensing pill, heaven seizing pill, questioning inner heart pill, and spirit congealing pill, these alchemy masters in the spiritual world were not rare. And comparing the pill recipes obtained with each other, Yang Chen's pill recipes were no different from the pill recipes mastered by other people in the spiritual world. Since some pill recipes could not be refined by other sect, it meant that they were the medicinal pills of the spiritual world. Others dare not say the questioning inner heart pill and the spirit congealing pill were definitely used by people in the spiritual world. Although it was not known what method Yang Chen used to get the pill recipes of the spiritual world, at least in these pill recipes, Yang Chen did not have any unique creativity. It was the 100-year pill and prolonging life pill that made people's eyes shine. Although the main materials of the two kinds of medicinal pills seemed to be generally the same, they were all demonic beads produced on the demon continent, but the grades were different, but the effects were different. Relatively speaking, the 100-year pill was a bit of a chicken rib, and the prolonging life pill was amazing. No one has ever thought about refining this kind of medicinal pill to increase one's lifespan with the level of a 5th grade alchemy master, let alone a 5th grade alchemy master. Even a 7th grade alchemy master did not have such an extravagant hope. The prolonging life pill alone was enough to make Yang Chen famous in the history of alchemy in the cultivation world. In the future, as long as someone talked about the prolonging life pill, it would inevitably be associated with Yang Chen. This was the real glory. Countless people were curious about the contents of Yang Chen's invitation to the 4 fairy immortal masters to the back hall to discuss. In fact, when they didn't know, even Elder Lu and the others were very curious. Grandmaster Yang, if you have anything to say, just tell us. Elder Lu was very straightforward. She would never go back on her words easily. After sitting down, she immediately went straight to the subject. The other 3 fairy immortal masters also had the intention to die early, so they echoed Elder Lu's words and asked Yang Chen, "Seniors, you must have noticed that this is the original mountain gate of Chimen sect." Yang Chen did not keep them in suspense and said directly, "Although this place is enough for my Chunyang palace, this junior does not want to build a mountain gate here. Therefore, this junior would like to ask the seniors to help this junior buy a piece of land from a few big sect to build a mountain gate." As soon as they heard that it was a matter of coordinating the land, the 4 fairy immortal masters were slightly relieved. Although it was not a small matter, it was actually not that difficult. Speaking of which, as long as Yang Chen did not want to occupy the foundation of other sects, it would not be a problem for him to find a place to stay. Moreover, listening to Yang Chen's tone, he did not want to occupy the land for free, but planned to buy it from a few big sect. With the prolonging life pill as a prelude, they believed that it would not be too difficult for Yang Chen to buy the land. If this was the only way to repay this big favor, the several fairy immortal masters would be happy to see it. "Where do you want the land?" "This old man does not dare to boast, but I still have some face. As long as it is not too excessive, there should be no problem." When Elder Lu heard this, he immediately patted his chest and promised, "If there is really someone who does not have eyes, this old man does not mind letting him know how powerful I am." A fairy immortal master was indeed a fairy immortal master. This posture clearly showed that he wanted to take it by force. Anyway, as long as it was not his own sect's territory, it was not difficult to take it from others. Was there a lack of such things in the spiritual world? Not to mention anything else, it could be seen just from the fact that Chunyang Palace now occupied the territory of Chumen sect. As long as it was done cleanly, and the sect took care of it, no one would dare to look for trouble. The 5 Elements sect, plus the Chinkuan sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Blue Cloud sect, if the 4 sects joined forces, even the Shantian sect would have to give them some face. Elder Lu made such a statement, and the other 3 fairy immortal masters also did the same. Their own sect could not let the 5 Elements sect monopolize the beauty. It was not a bad thing to have a good relationship with Yangchen, so naturally they strongly supported it. There is no need for the seniors to go through so much trouble. Yangchen had a smile on his face, as if he had already seen the land he wanted fall into his hands. Chunyang Palace is still a little rich, and I am willing to pay a lot of money. I will never make it difficult for the seniors. Chapter 1539. After hearing the territory mentioned by Yangchen, the 4 fairy immortal elders looked at each other and were speechless for a while. It was not that Yangchen's request was so outrageous that they couldn't do it at all, but that Yangchen's request was too low. They were senior experts, so it was really inexcusable for them to repay the favor so easily. The place that Yangchen wanted was not an important place of any sect, nor was it a prosperous place. On the contrary, the place that Yangchen asked for was basically a piece of land in the wilderness that many sect didn't want. Strictly speaking, that place was a piece of land without an owner at all. It was barren, and there was no obvious spiritual vein around it. No sect was willing to build a mountain gate there. When Yangchen said that he wanted to buy it, it was a bit of an exaggeration. As long as Chunyang Palace occupied it and built a mountain gate, no one would point fingers at them and compete with them for the territory. It seemed a bit childish for the 4 fairy immortals to come forward and coordinate such a place. If Yangchen didn't deliberately make fun of the 4 fairy immortals, it could only be said that Yangchen used such an excuse to let the 4 of them not bear the favor of Yangchen and Chunyang Palace. That was all. The 4 of them were also from the famous righteous sections. No matter what, they also had the pride of fairy immortals. How could they accept Yangchen's kindness so easily, even if it was to take care of Yangchen's wives and concubines in the sect in the future? It was also their duty. They couldn't renege on the favor so easily. Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, and Hatred Parting Sea. Are you sure you want this large area? Elder Lu couldn't believe it, and specially asked for confirmation. Yes, senior. Yangchen replied with certainty, and then repeated, Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, and Hatred Parting Sea. Elder Lu's brows furrowed as she racked her brains to recall the information about these 3 places. The other 3 Heaven Immortal experts were also puzzled, and they tried to guess what Yangchen's intention was. If he wanted to use this to let the 4 fairy immortals get off the stage with dignity and not owe the Chunyang Palace and Yangchen a favor, it was a reasonable reason. But Yangchen did not need to choose these 3 places. After all, Yangchen himself said that he wanted these places to build the gate of Chunyang Palace. What was the point of having these 3 places without spiritual power? Speaking of which, it couldn't be said that there were no spiritual veins or spiritual power there at all. The territory of the resentful parting sea was not small, and it was not strange at all that there were a few large spiritual veins in the sea. However, it was inevitable that there would be some ferocious beasts in the sea that occupied the best spiritual veins. Yangchen and the others were just a few cats. How could they gain a foothold in the sea of parting hatred? In addition to the Sea of Parting Hatred, the Linyang River and the Sunset Rock were adjacent to the Sea of Parting Hatred, and the 2 were even connected. The 3 places added up had a radius of 100,000 miles. The place was definitely not small, but the land there was barren and inaccessible. There were not even many aborigines in the spiritual realm, let alone any cultivators. Only those who were chaste and had nowhere to go would occasionally escape to that place. It was really not suitable to build a gate there. Master Yang, it's not that we are unreasonable, but the place you chose is not suitable to build a gate. Elder Lu was not willing to be criticized by others, so he had to persuade him. Master, you've just arrived in the spiritual realm, so it's normal that you don't know the geographical distribution. Why don't we throw away our pride and find a suitable territory for you from a few sects? This was Elder Lu's kindness. It could be said that she was extremely benevolent to say such words. If Yang Qin knew what was good for him, he should immediately comply and express his gratitude. Elder Lu and the others would definitely do their best to do this for Yang Qin, and everyone would be happy. Thank you, Senior. I also have my reasons. Please take care of me. Yang Chen was not a person who didn't know what was good or bad. He hurriedly thanked them, but still insisted on his own choice. If the seniors are really sorry, this younger generation junior still has a presumptuous request. I also ask the seniors to come forward, in the name of the senior sect, to admit that this place belongs to the pure Yang Palace. This is enough. If Xiantian sect can also come forward and admit it, it will be the most perfect. In fact, after going around in circles, the last point was Yang Chen's real purpose. What Yang Chen wanted was the recognition of several major sects. As long as the 4 major sects publicly recognized that this was the territory of Chunying Palace, then there would be no more blind guys coming to seize it. As long as Yang Chen used the prolonging life pill and a few favors, he could firmly control this territory in the hands of Chunying Palace. Of course, if Xiantian sect also publicly admitted it, it would be better. As a person with the memory of his previous life, no one knew better than Yang Qin how much benefit it would bring to Chunying Palace in the future after occupying this territory. However, Elder Lu and the other 3 misunderstood him. Or rather, they only understood a small part of him. Yang Qin had said it like this. Of course, the 4 of them would not refuse again, and they did not intend to change Yang Chen's mind. In the minds of the 4 fairy immortal masters, since Yang Chen could have the questioning inner heart pill and spirit congealing pill of the spiritual world in the mortal world, he must have received some guidance from the spiritual world from a certain channel. In this way, maybe there was one or several super spiritual veins that had not been discovered in the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and Parting Hatred Sea. No one knew where Yang Chen got the specific news, so he strongly requested that the sect be built there. If this was the case, it was a safe way for Chunying Palace to choose such a remote location. Chunying Palace had no foundation in the spiritual world. Even if it occupied the territory of Chumen sect now, it was estimated that it would be very difficult to defend it. It was better to give up voluntarily and then start from scratch in a place that others disdained to fight for. At that time, as long as there were a few supermasters to help them protect the remote territory of Chunying Palace, Chunying Palace would not have any interest disputes with other sects in the short term, who would deliberately find trouble and take the risk of offending the masters to lower themselves to the level of a small sect. In that case, we won't be long-winded. After understanding Yang Chen's thoughts, Elder Lu considered it from Yang Chen's perspective and finally nodded. This matter will definitely do it well for you. It is not impossible for Xiantian sect to come forward and admit it. Several fairy immortal masters had the same idea. With such a simple condition, if they did not do it perfectly, they would lose their faces. In any case, they had to let Xiantian sect come forward and admit this matter. Seeing several fairy immortal masters nod, Yang Chen's heart finally fell to the ground. That piece of feng shui treasure land would belong to Chunying Palace in the future. Chapter 1540. The 4 fairy immortal masters spared no effort to run for the site of Chunying Palace with an apologetic mood. Yang Chen and the elders of Chunying Palace had already begun to pack up the good things on the site of Chimen sect and planned to move. Chimen sect was backed by the Profound Heaven sect. Although it was not valued by the big shots, young Master Isian was also a well-known figure in the sect. Otherwise, he would not dare to play with Tao Junkie. With the help of young Master Xian, the site of Chimin's sect, was not good, but it was by no means bad. If with the previous scale of Chunyang Palace, to be able to get such a piece of land in the spiritual world, it was definitely a great fortune for the ancestors to show their spirit and burn incense. But now with Yangqin, everything was completely different. Such a small site with a radius of thousands of miles, not to mention Yangqin. Even the head of the palace did not put it in his eyes. With the Chunyang Palace of the Demon Continent in the mortal world, the former Meiqing Mountain felt shabby. Even if the territory of Chimin's sect was more than 10 times larger than Meiqing Mountain, it could not meet the wishes of the head of the palace. The 3 places chosen by Yangqin, the Sunset Rock, Linyangchuan, and the Hatred Sea, the head of the palace and the elders had never heard of them. However, this did not hinder the elders' trust in Yangqin. As for where Yangqin got the news and knew about these sites, it was even more irrelevant. Where is it more suitable? Among the many elders, only the master ancestor Wang Yong and a few other fairy immortal masters asked after they left. It was not a doubtful tone, it was just a confirmation. It is more suitable over there. Yangqin nodded heavily and gave the master ancestor a very positive answer. At this point, no one said anything more. Everyone was in the same mind to plunder the site and prepare to leave. Compared with the fact that Chunyang Palace wanted to use the site of Chimin sect in exchange for the Sunset Rock, Linyangchuan, and the Hatred Sea, what was more shocking was that Chunyang Palace only used a dozen people to destroy the Chimin sect with the 6th grade of the Earth Immortal. People who knew the details of Chunyang Palace were very clear. In Chunyang Palace, there were only a few people who had ascended for thousands of years. The strongest were estimated to be the Herculean Ape King, Hou Yin, and the Old Tree Demon. Gao Yugong Sunling was also one of them. These people had the same characteristic. That was, when they were in the mortal world, they could kill the human immortal masters who had not passed the tribulation. In particular, Gao Yugong Sunling participated in the war of strangling the 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal Beast of the Demon Continent. It could be said that her combat effectiveness was absolutely strong. However, even so, in a higher place, even if the few of them together could fight against the 4th grade of the Earth Immortal Master, it was impossible for them to be the opponents of the 2 6th grade of the Earth Immortal Masters of Chimin sect. This was not counting the dozens of Earth Immortal Masters of Chimin sect. This battle simply made countless people unable to understand how Chunyang Palace won. Fortunately, when Chunyang Palace fought with Chimin sect, the movement was too big, not to mention anything else. Just the size of Long Xian after he appeared could not escape the attention of many people. Long Xian's distinctive body shape, combined with the news of the Zhao family from the mortal world, it was not difficult for people to guess the identity of Long Xian. In this way, things were much more reasonable. At that time, the Zhao family manor had been located on the huge back of the 4th grade of the Earth Immortal Black Tortoise, and its whereabouts were uncertain. Later, with the help of Yang Chen's family, Black Tortoise broke the demonic formation and killed the Zhao family. After that, he crossed the tribulation and ascended. This time, it was not surprising that he helped Yangqin to destroy Chimin's sect. Originally, Black Tortoise was a 4th grade of the Earth Immortal in the mortal world. After crossing the tribulation, his strength was greatly increased. After hundreds of years, it was not impossible for his cultivation to grow more than 2 6th grade of the Earth Immortal. Moreover, Black Tortoise itself was an ancient species, so it was normal for its combat effectiveness to be strong. With this explanation, the people who doubted it were slowly relieved. The people of the big sect were fine. They did not think it was a big deal. It was just a small Chimin sect being destroyed. It was not worth making a fuss. Some people of the small sect were a little jealous. Why did Chunyang Palace have the support of an Earth Immortal Master as soon as they came up? But after they ascended, they almost had to go through hardships and hardships all the way. People could not be compared with each other. As soon as they compared, they would find a huge gap. This was also the reason why it was so frustrating to compare. The only thing that made people feel psychologically balanced was that Chunyang Palace probably knew their own affairs. They knew that it was impossible to occupy the current territory of Chimin's sect by relying on a black tortoise. Therefore, they were very clever to persuade 4 fairy immortal masters with 4 prolongation elixirs and seek a broken place in the wilderness to be the mountain gate of the sect. It was very strange that when no one paid attention to the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the resentful parting sea, few people would pass through this place in 100 years. It was a barren land with no spiritual veins and no resources. If it was forced to say that there were some places suitable for cultivation in the resentful parting sea, but they had to compete with some fierce sea beasts in the sea. The loss outweighed the gain. In such a place, no one would be curious enough to come and check it in person. But now that they heard that Chunyang Palace wanted this place, some people couldn't help but be curious. They quickly ran over there and searched around to see if this place was a feng shui treasure land at all. Otherwise, how could Master Yangqin, who had always been famous for taking advantage of others and not suffering losses, take a fancy to such a rotten land where birds did not lay eggs? Especially the dozens of sect that had expanded the territory of the demon continent with Chunyang Palace were not neglectful. They immediately sent the most capable people to explore quickly. The scene of Yangqin turning a demon continent into a blessed land for cultivation was still vivid in their minds. How could such a big advantage be easily taken away by Yangqin? The Sunset Rock and Linyang River were actually at the junction of the 2 sects. The 2 sides each occupied 1/2. The first to arrive was also the closest to them. When they arrived at the place, everyone didn't say a word and began to dig 3 feet into the ground to search. Everyone wanted to know what was here that was worthy of Master Yangqin, using 4 grade, 4 prolonging life pills as the price, just to ask 4 fairy immortal masters to come forward? After a search, this huge place was really not simple. At least hundreds of ordinary spiritual veins were found. After all, it was a huge area of 100,000 miles. If there was really nothing, it would be too fake. However, these hundreds of spiritual veins were nothing in the eyes of these big sections. The spiritual veins were very ordinary. At best, it was enough for a few earth immortals and human immortals to cultivate alone. It was absolutely impossible to support the entire sect. Some mineral resources were also found, but the variety was very common and it could be found almost everywhere. The appearance was also very ordinary, and there was nothing to tempt the big sect at all. Chapter 1541. In this way, this place was definitely a good place for a small sect, especially a small sect like Chunyang Palace, which had no foundation in the spiritual world and started from scratch. The resources were not too much, but it was enough, and it would not cause disputes because it was too rich. From this point of view, Chunyang Palace was estimated to have this idea. According to reason, in such a place for fairy immortals, and they were the fairy immortals of the 4 major sects of Dao sects, how could the other sects give them some face? In particular, Chunyang Palace would not ask for it in vain, but they would exchange it with the current territory of Chimin's sect plus other appropriate compensation. There should be no problem with this condition to take over a barren land. But the problem was here. No one believed that Yangqin would use such good conditions to exchange for such a large piece of land. Therefore, even if the 4 fairy immortals came forward, the 2 sects of the territory did not immediately agree. In addition to sending people to explore crazily, the rest was to keep probing. Obviously, they could not get any news from the mouth of the 4 fairy immortals. So the 2 major sects turned their attention to the other masters of Chunyang Palace. Before the head of the palace and the others ascended, they also had many friends in the cultivation world. Soon, someone came to the door and inquired about the real purpose of them wanting that piece of land. They could only blame Yangqin's reputation in the mortal world that had never suffered a loss was too great, so no one dared to believe that Yangqin would get a large piece of land as soon as he ascended without any benefits. If there were no huge benefits in it, then it would be strange. Of course, from the elders of Chunyang Palace, Those people could not get any news and returned in frustration. The secret of that piece of land, even Gao Yugong Sunling, the closest person to Yang Qin, did not know, let alone others. This was done deliberately by Yang Qin. From the beginning, Yang Qin knew that it was not easy to get a piece of territory, so no one knew the secret except for him. After a few rounds of probing, those people could not get any useful information from Chunying Palace, so they gave up and stopped asking. Come to think of it, if he knew such a secret, he wouldn't say it either. He would definitely use all sorts of methods to obtain it. Unfortunately, Yang Chan was still too inexperienced and had exposed his target early on. Now, even if those people dug 3 feet deep into the ground, they could not find any attractive targets on the Sunset Rock and Linyang River. However, the sect that owned the 2 pieces of land was unwilling to transfer them. No matter how hard the 4 celestial immortals tried to persuade them, they could not achieve their goal. They would even rather offend the 4 celestial immortals and the 4 celestial immortals. The 4 heaven immortal experts probably never thought that they would be rejected, even though they were only responsible for facilitating this transaction. Speaking of this, it also made them feel ashamed. The 2 sect really did not know how to appreciate favors. The other party probably knew that they would definitely offend the celestial immortals by doing this, so their attitude was very proper. Except for refusing to sell the land, they were very polite to the 4 elders. They could not find a suitable reason to fall out with them immediately. As for the 4 sect behind them, the 2 sect sent a lot of filial piety, hoping that the 4 sect would not exert too much pressure on them. The reason they put out was also reasonable. This was the territory passed down by the ancestors, and the unfilial descendants of the later generations would not dare to squander in any case. Everyone knew that this was an excuse, but they could not do anything about it. If the 4 celestial immortals did not want to fight, they could only lose face. If it was only these 2 sect, the 4 celestial immortals would definitely be able to suppress them. However, the 4 sect themselves were also guessing what secrets there were on the Sunfall Rock and Linyang River. Yang Chen's wives and concubines had just arrived at the sect and belonged to the lowest generation of disciples. Even if they were doted on by the elders of the sect, they did not have that kind of influence. They could only be anxious and could not help. The internal and external pressure made the 4 celestial immortals have to admit that they could not complete the task that Yang Qin had entrusted to them for the time being. However, they had already received Yang Chen's prolongation pill and had taken it. This was a great favor that was almost comparable to the grace of saving their lives. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush to Chunyang Palace again to see if they could discuss with Yang Qin to change the conditions. When they met this time, the 4 celestial immortals no longer had the spirit of looking down on the world. In front of Yang Qin, they all looked a little dejected. Elder Wang, who had the highest cultivation, bit the bullet and told the whole story. His face was flushed, and he hesitantly hoped that Yang Chan would change one of the conditions. Hey, it's not a big deal. Yang Qin did not feel dejected because he could not get the territory as everyone imagined. He just laughed and said, "Since those places are not good, let's change to another one. Senior, what do you think of Yanluo Mountain?" The 4 were stunned. Changing the place so easily? Yanluo Mountain was also a wilderness, but it was better than the Sunfall Rock and Linyang River. At least people already knew that there were several large spiritual veins there, and several rogue cultivators occupied it. It seemed that they had also built a cave residence. The size of the territory was about the same, enough for Chunyang Palace to develop peacefully. However, speaking of Yanluo Mountain, it was the same as the 3 pieces of land that Yang Qin wanted before. Basically, they were all places that the big sect did not care about, or places that they did not care about in the past. Compared to the previous places, Yanluo Mountain was even more convenient. There were no big sect forces there, only some rogue cultivators. If it was occupied, it would be more convenient for the 4 celestial immortals. I heard that there are some rogue cultivators occupying Yanluo Mountain. If it's convenient, Senior, Please help me clean up the territory of the sect. Yang Qin smiled and said the conditions. Anyway, it was a fixed point. The territory of his sect needed the help of the 4 celestial immortals. This time, the 4 celestial immortals did not immediately pat their chests. The last time they were slapped in the face was not completely over. This time, Yang Qin picked another territory. It was impossible that there was no secret in it. They all had the same thought in their minds. This was the right way. Only a fool would reveal their main goal at the beginning. Needless to say, the previous Sunfall Rock, Linyang River, and Hatred Parting Sea were clearly thrown out by Yang Qin to attract everyone's attention. The real goal was definitely not those 3 places, but the later goal. Yanluo Mountain might be it, but it might not be. If it could not be done this time, maybe Yang Qin could mention another place. Everyone was clear about this move. It was just a diversion. It was ridiculous that the 2 sect had shaved off a layer of the face of the 4 celestial immortals for a useless bait. Chapter 1542. No matter which place I buy, I only have one request. That is, the territory of Chunyang Palace in the future must be recognized by several major sects. Yang Qin added his request very seriously. Even if Chunyang Palace can't defend itself, when future generations come to take it back, the whole world must understand that this is my Chunyang Palace taking back its own territory. When Yang Qin said his request, the 4 fairy immortal masters listened very carefully. In front of Master Yang, who had given them almost all of their remaining lives, no one would put on the posture of a fairy immortal master. Sure enough, it's Grand Master Yang. He has a long-term vision. He is better than those who are short-sighted and only see what's in front of them. When Yang Qin finished speaking, the 4 masters had already understood Yang Qin's meaning. One of them immediately praised. If the people of Chimin sect had half of Master Yang's knowledge, they would not have to rely on the Xiantian sect to protect such a treasure land. No matter where it was, the territory of a powerful sect was fixed. First, no one dared to have any ideas about them. Second, no one could have any ideas about them. Everyone was fighting for those small sect. Today, you take down my territory, and tomorrow, I will take down your territory. One of the important reasons was that the territory occupied by the small sect was not recognized. To put it bluntly, the territory occupied by these sect was not recognized by those big sects. The consequence of not being recognized was that whoever had the bigger fist would occupy the territory. As long as the interests of those big sect were not violated, they would not covet these territories. Even if the Pure Yang Palace now relied on the destruction of the Qi Men sect to get the site of the Qi Men sect and became the de facto owner of the site, as long as they had the ability to occupy it, the site would always belong to the Pure Yang Palace. However, once a more powerful sect took action, the territory would immediately change hands, and no one would complain for Chunyang Palace. It was not safe to only get the recognition of one sect. Chimin sect was obviously recognized by Xiantian sect, but Chunyang Palace had destroyed Chimin sect. At least until now, no one had jumped out to say anything. In the end, it was still a publicly acknowledged problem that had to be accepted by the majority. Once it became a territory recognized by most of the big sect, no one would dare to do anything to it. As Yang Qin said, even if some powerful enemies occupied it, when the descendants of Chunyang Palace came to fight for it, it would be called taking back the ancestral property. No one would have any objection to this. Others might not know, but Yang Qin knew very well that having such a righteous title and not having it were 2 completely different things. The 4 celestial immortals understood the same thing. They came from a big sect and did not have to consider this kind of problem, but this did not prevent them from understanding the key. Therefore, when Yang Qin mentioned the request of Sunset Cliff and Linyangchuan, they knew that they could generally return the favor to Yang Qin by doing this. Now that Yang Qin still insisted on this statement, it was obvious that it was not a sudden idea. The 4 celestial immortals knew in their hearts, so they did not refuse again. Since Yang Qin's real goal was Yanluo Mountain, they would have to work hard again. This junior will not make it difficult for you seniors. the land with a radius of 100,000 miles, including the population in the land, will be given 10 5-cycle life prolonging pills. This time, Yang Qin clearly stated the price in his heart, so that the 4 celestial immortals could have a clear idea when they went out to negotiate. This is the bottom line of this, Junior. If you can negotiate a lower price, I don't mind giving you more benefits. 5-cycle life prolonging pill? The eyes of the 4 celestial immortals tightened. One must know that the 4 of them only obtained 1 4-cycle life prolonging pill each. According to their own estimates, extending their lifespans by a few hundred years was not a problem at all. If the 4-cycle life prolonging pill had such an effect, then how miraculous would the 5-cycle life prolonging pill be? Extending lifespans by 1,000 years? Fortunately, they were all celestial immortals, so their minds were incomparably firm, so they did not lose their composure on the spot. However, the 4 celestial immortals already had other thoughts in their minds. Yang Chen's words were so clear that even an idiot could understand it. He offered 10 5-cycle life prolonging pills, but the exact amount needed would depend on the abilities of the 4 celestial immortals. The lower the price, the more they would save. Yang Qin would not take back the leftovers, but the 4 celestial immortals themselves. This way, if something similar happened again, the 4 celestial immortals might have to fight to the death for the 5-cycle life prolonging pills. Even if this matter was given to their own sect, it would not be a problem. Who would object? Who would complain that their life was too long? What if we can take down the Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, and Parting Hatred Sea that you mentioned earlier? Qin Kuan Sect's elder Lu suddenly thought of something and asked, if Yanluo Mountain were to fight, it would implicate a lot of people. Elder Lu was also taking precautions. As long as outsiders knew that Yang Chen wanted the news of Yanluo Mountain, it could be said that something similar to the Sunset Rock Linyang River would happen again. Just as Elder Lu said, Yanluo Mountain had a lot of implications and they had to negotiate with several sects. It was much more complicated than the Sunset Cliff and Linyang River. Originally, it was just a casual question. Elder Lu did not expect Yang Qin to really want the Sunset Rock and Linyang Chun. However, he did not expect that when Yang Qin heard this question, he began to ponder. The 4 of them were surprised. Could it be that Yang Qin did not really want Yanluo Mountain? I just want to fight for a peaceful mountain for the sect. It does not have to be Yanluo Mountain. After pondering for a while, Yang Qin finally said his considerations. If Yanluo Mountain is not possible, then Chessboard Mountain, Frost Ice Plains, or Demon Buster Valley will do. Sunset Cliff and Linyang River are also not a problem. I just want a stable territory and the recognition of all the big sect. That is all. They originally thought that Yang Qin was pondering because he still had a real destination. However, when Yang Qin really mentioned these places, the 4 heaven immortal experts could not help but be a little stunned. The places that Yang Qin mentioned were all at the periphery. Although they were all occupied by the sect, these places were not suitable for the big sect to set up camp in. On the contrary, the difficulty of obtaining each place was getting higher and higher. These places were also getting more and more abundant in resources and more suitable for cultivation. If one thought about it in simple terms, it could be said that Yang Chen was really just as he said. He just wanted a quiet place to develop. However, if Yang Chen's request was so simple, then it would be too high for these barren lands. 10 5 revolutions life, prolonging pills. It was estimated that it would not be a big problem to take the lives of several fairy immortal masters. There would definitely be people who would be willing to take action for these prolonging life pills. Chapter 1543. With so many places, it was definitely not easy to check all of them to see if there were any hidden resources. Everyone thought of one thing. That was, what Yang Chen really wanted must be a piece of land hidden among them. As for what was in that piece of land, no one knew. The only thing everyone could do was to choose one of so many sites to sell to Chunyang Palace. Since Yang Chen could take out 10 5-cycle life prolonging pills, There would definitely be enough masters to help Yangchen do this, and there would definitely be a sect that would be willing to let go of a piece of land that they didn't know what was in it. Now, the people who knew the situation were betting on which piece Yangchen wanted. What he wants, we must not give it to him. Although Chunyang Palace was just a small sect with more than a dozen people, and Xiantian sect could destroy it at any time if they wanted to, the matter of the heaven and earth everlasting original suppression formation had not been resolved. Even the most powerful sect did not dare to make a move at this juncture without any reason. The Taishaman's demise had only been a few hundred years ago. One of the reasons was that they were jointly destroyed because they provoked public anger. No matter how powerful Xiantian sect was, it had not reached the point of covering the sky with one hand. They still had to consider the reactions of other sects. At this time, they did not dare to make a move easily. To put it bluntly, Chiman's sect was just an insignificant peripheral force of Xiantian sect. There were many such small sects around Xiantian sect, and it did not matter if they were destroyed. Moreover, young Master Ishian had already died. Before the matter of the heaven and earth everlasting original suppression formation was completely resolved, everything would be recorded first and settled in the future. Yang Chen's request was that it would be best for Xiantian sect to recognize a piece of land. The 4 fairy immortal masters from the 4 major sect previously said that it was because of their face, but now that there was a real 5-cycle life prolonging pill, they did not hesitate to mobilize the resources of the sect to complete this matter for Chunyang Palace. Now that the 4 major sects had come forward, the mysterious heaven sect would have to agree to this matter no matter what. However, although Xiantian sect nodded, they could not really let Chunyang Palace get the piece of land they wanted. Speaking of which, the territories that Yang Chen had proposed were really not too much. They were all on the periphery. However, Yang Chen had only ascended for a short period of time, and he had not come into contact with many people in the spiritual world. How did he know about the geographical distribution of the spiritual world? The poor Yang Lan and Yang Lan were once again put forward for interrogation. After suffering, the 2 of them had the heart to die. What was most unbearable was that up until now, neither of them knew why the sect had treated them this way. Previously, when Yang Chen was rejected for the Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, Hatred Parting Sea, there was the shadow of the profound heaven sect behind it. Even if they could not directly deal with a few juniors, they could secretly give orders. How many sect dared to not give them face? Originally, they thought that this would force Chunyang Palace to be trapped in Chiman sect's territory and monitored from afar by the profound heaven sect. However, Yang Chen did not care at all and immediately proposed Yanluo Mountain. Suddenly, Yanluo Mountain also became a place for people with intentions. This was not all. The people from the 4 major sects even began to appear in Chessboard Mountain, Ice Plains, and Demon Buster Valley. It seemed that they all wanted to know what was worth Yang Chen seeking. The 2 sect masters of the sect who had first rejected Yang Chen were now regretting their decision. If they had known that Yang Chen would use the 5-turn life prolonging elixir to exchange for the Sunset Cliff and Linyang River, how could they not have agreed? A barren land in exchange for an expert's lifespan of a few thousand years, or the lives of a few experts to be extended. Was there any more profitable business in the world than this? However, for the sake of a small figure in the profound heaven sect, they let go of such benefits without getting anything. No one would feel comfortable. If this was really the intention of a big figure in the profound heaven sect, and they would remember this favor, then it would be fine. However, it was just a human, immortal disciple of the profound heaven sect. Because of this, people felt that the gains did not make up for the losses. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. The places that Yang Chen mentioned had been turned upside down by many people, but they did not find anything that was worth their attention. On the contrary, Chunyang Palace sat on the fishing platform, quietly waiting for the news to come. No one disturbed them on weekdays, and it was very quiet. The territory of Chiman's sect was not bad, and many people were tempted. However, with the example of the destruction of Chiman's sect, everyone knew that Chunyang Palace was not so easy to provoke. Especially now that the effect of the prolongation elixir had been confirmed, Yang Qin could use the prolongation elixir to invite heaven immortal experts at any time, who would jump out to seek death when they had a long life. Moreover, the intention of Chunyang Palace now was obviously to find a remote and quiet place to develop quietly. This kind of approach, which was not a threat to others and themselves, was naturally very reassuring. It was just a sect with more than a dozen people. So what if they were given a piece of land? Without tens of thousands of years of development, even a decent sect could not be supported. Since Chunyang Palace would definitely leave, why not wait a few more days for the people who wanted this piece of land? How could it be better to wait quietly for a few days to get a piece of land that could be easily obtained after killing people and making enemies? This time, the 4 heaven immortal experts put on a very tough stance. They gathered the relevant forces of Yanluo Mountain, Chessboard Mountain, Ice Plain, and Demon Buster Valley together. With the power of the sect, they put out a price of five revolution prolongation elixirs and let them negotiate directly. Whoever was willing to take the prolongation elixir would hand over the territory. At this point, there had to be a conclusion. Otherwise, the 4 great heavenly immortal experts would lose face, but the 4 great sects would lose face, which would be a big deal. The 4 experts worked hard, and even the Xiantian sect was involved. However, it did not directly involve their territory. They were just waiting for a conclusion. There were too many monks and too little porridge. How could 5 prolongation elixirs be enough? Not to mention the secrets hidden in those territories. It was not a small matter to divide up these prolongation elixirs. The more than a dozen sect involved wanted to retreat, but the pressure of the 4 sect was there. They had no choice but to give up. At the end of the discussion, no one wanted to give up their own territory. The territory that could be exchanged by Yang Chen with the 5 revolution prolongation elixirs must be good things. They would hold it in their hands first. In the future, they could use other benefits to exchange what Yang Chen knew. Wouldn't it be a great benefit? Everyone thought like this. No one was a fool. Yang Chen's diversion technique was also seen by everyone. A mere human immortal junior wanted to play tricks in front of so many masters. It was not enough to see it. In my opinion, since it is so difficult to divide, it is better to discuss again and give them the Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, and Parting Hatred Sea. The representative of the Xiantian sect unexpectedly smiled and gave a suggestion. Anyway, Master Yang said that Chunyang Palace just wants a piece of territory. It doesn't matter where it is, right? Chapter 1544. As soon as the representative of the Xiantian sect spoke, the eyes of the representatives of the sect, who were arguing endlessly, immediately lit up. Everyone was fighting, not because they wanted to give up their own territory, but because they wanted others to give up their territory. Now that there was a good suggestion that they didn't need to argue about, everyone naturally turned their attention to this side and began to think about whether this was feasible or not. Speaking of which, this time Chunyang Palace was a bit aggressive. Of course, it was not Chunyang Palace that was aggressive, but the 4 fairy immortal masters who had received a favor from Yang Qin and had to return it. Forcing other sects to give up their territory seemed a bit overbearing. However, which sect's territory was not won in the beginning? Yang Qin was already very kind to be willing to use the method of buying and selling, not to mention some small sect that killed all day long. Even the 5 major sects, such as Xiantian sect, Blue Cloud sect, Green Jade Immortal Island, 5 Element sect, and Qinkuan sect, didn't their ancestors fight for their territory in the beginning? It was just that no one dared to have any ideas now. There was no difference in essence. Since Yang Chen wanted to play tricks, then he couldn't blame others for targeting Chunyang Palace. How could those who could cultivate to the spiritual realm be fools? The only result of Yang Chen playing tricks was that he made a mistake, so he couldn't blame others. Good idea. Someone immediately agreed. In this way, Yang Chen's mouth was shut, so that he had nothing to say, and at the same time, everyone didn't have to give up their benefits. Even the two sects that Sunset Rock and Lin Yangchuan originally belonged to did not suffer a loss. Five revolving life, prolonging pills was definitely a profit. Those two places are not worth five revolving life, prolonging pills. The representative of the Xiantian sect was very fair at this moment, and he spoke with a sense of righteousness. In my opinion, 4 is enough. What do you think? What else could everyone say? Apart from nodding, no one would say anything. When the people of the 4 major sects heard that the mysterious Heaven sect had taken the initiative to help them save a prolonging life pill, they were overjoyed. Why would they object? As for the other small sect members, as long as they didn't suffer any losses, they wouldn't have any objections. As for the 2 sect members involved, they weren't here, were they? Even if there was a representative present, even the mysterious Heaven sect had spoken, and the other 4 major sect had supported them from behind. How could they dare to say no? Although the mysterious Heaven sect was keeping a low profile, there were not many sects that dared to say no to the mysterious Heaven sect. Previously, Xiantian sect could casually send out a human immortal disciple to make them reject 4 Heaven immortal experts. Now, it was even easier to make them listen. All in favor. This was probably the most agreeable conclusion that everyone had reached after arguing for so long. Correspondingly, the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the hatred-parting sea would soon become the territory of Chunyang Palace. Moreover, it was recognized by the 5 major sects, including the mysterious Heaven sect, and more than a dozen small and medium-sized sects. The other sects involved in several other places were very happy. The secret territory was still in their hands. They would know when they secretly contacted Yang Chen in the future. The 2 sect members of the Sunset Rock and Linyang River were also very happy. They thought that there was no hope, but suddenly they succeeded like magic. The 2 sect members could get 5 reincarnation life prolonging pills, and they only had to pay 2 barren lands. It was definitely a good thing. The mysterious Heaven sect was very happy. They had thwarted Yang Chen's little conspiracy and made Chunyang Palace suffer in silence, which was worth being happy about. The 4 major sects were also happy. They completed Yang Chen's request and got 5 reincarnation life prolonging pills. Not only did they get the benefits, but they also returned Yang Chen's favor. It would be strange if they weren't happy. Of course, the happy people present would never think that the happiest person should be Yang Chen. From the beginning, what Yang Chen wanted was the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the hatred-parting sea. Now, after a lot of ups and downs, he was back to the starting point. Chunyang Palace still got these territories. They only paid a few life-prolonging pills, but they were recognized by the Spirit Realm sect. It was definitely a happy ending. If the sect members of Yanluo Mountain, Chessboard Mountain, Ice Field, and the Demon Buster Valley were not included in the small flaws that they might have in the future in order to explore the secrets of those places. However, at this time, no one would think about such a distant thing. It was the right thing to grasp the immediate benefits first. The 4 Heaven Immortal experts finally came to Chunyang Palace again with their chests puffed out and met Yang Chen. After completing Yang Chen's request, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief and didn't have to carry the heavy favor. Master Yang, fortunately I didn't fail you. Elder Lu told the result to Yang Chen as soon as they met. Including the Xiantian sect, our 5 major sects will announce to the public today that the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the hatred-parting sea are the territories of Chunyang Palace from now on. Yang Chen obviously had a stunned expression on his face. Then the expression quickly disappeared and was replaced by a happy smile. Really? Thank you for your hard work, seniors. I am very grateful. The 4 of them were all Heaven Immortal experts. How could the change of expression on Yang Chen's face escape their eyes? Thinking about it, it seemed that the 4 of them had done something wrong. So Elder Lu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He stammered and said, "Master Yang, it's not that we didn't try our best. It's just that the other places are more troublesome. We have disappointed Master Yang." Experts had their own pride. According to Yang Chen's request, the 4 Heaven Immortal experts could be said to have done it 100%. However, if they really wanted them to show a clear conscience, they really couldn't do it. This matter was their fault first. If they had known that it would end like this, it would have been better to directly exert enough pressure on the 2 sect at the beginning to make them submit. Then it wouldn't have been as embarrassing as it was now. Of course, Yang Chen was also responsible. If he had stated the price of the exchange at the beginning, this situation wouldn't have happened. 10 five-fold life prolonging pills would definitely be enough to make the sect masters of the 4 major sects come out directly. There was nothing that couldn't be done. Don't mention it. Seniors, you have worked hard. I only have gratitude in my heart. Yang Chen was overjoyed. It was definitely not an act. He was really happy, although it wasn't surprising when these territories were really in his hands. Yang Chen still felt that it was unreal. If he had these territories in his previous life, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The 4 experts had been feeling very guilty. It was only when Yang Chen once again asked them to take care of their wives and concubines in their sect that the 4 of them felt a little better. In their hearts, they also decided that they would definitely take good care of Yang Chen's wives and concubines. When the seniors in the sect took care of the juniors, they didn't even need to say much. Others wouldn't have anything to say. At this point, Yang Chen's first important arrangement in the spiritual realm, the place where he settled down, had truly come to an end.